Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Welcome to stream. We have ourselves just the WardiTV Winter Cup today. So nice to just have one tournament and not doubling down, starting early, and all this other stuff that we've been having to do recently. So yeah, loving that. We're going to start off the day on Tidal Citadel. I'm going to start the day with some PvP, with it being a matchup between Shameless and Creator. So we're going to get this up and running in a moment. Get our lobby link down. We're pretty much ready to start. I'm just going to double check if any other casters are on their way, but I think we maybe have one or two guys coming, so it might just be a moment or so before we truly kick off, but we are en route to get that going. Cool. No, I think we're actually going to be clear. I think it's just going to be, that's perfect. Alright, let's kick off into Creator versus Shameless as we kick off into some action today. Group C of the WardiTV Winter Cup. Creator, Shameless, and then also Yakov and GuMiho in this group today as we look to see who advances through and who will make it into the playoffs, into the top 8 of this Winter Cup. That will be happening either later in January. I'm actually thinking of maybe moving a couple of the Winter Cup days, because originally it was going to be WardiTV January, so it's pretty set, but I actually think I might move Group D and the playoffs into the start of February, just to avoid clashing with the wrong E-Cup, especially when that's in its playoff phase, and stuff like that. I think might make some sense, because I don't have a lot of stuff at the start of February as of right now, so that could be something that we maybe work on a little bit as a couple probes come through. We get set up, pylons on the way, probes in production. We get settled in here for just a few moments' time, and we see where things are going to go. With Creator in the bottom right-hand side, and in the upper left, our blue Protoss player here is Shameless for game 1 of this best of 3. So, a little bit of PvP action to start off the day. Tidal Citadel will be our opening map, and we have this probe just heading across, so Shameless the first. Try and pick up on some info and so. Bet today's a GuMiho day. Yes. I hope today's a GuMiho day. He's been looking kind of on and off lately in terms of, like, some days he looks pretty good, other days it looks like he's in a rough spot right now, so I'm actually really excited to see if he can deliver a little bit, because I really want to believe in GuMiho, and I really do believe in GuMiho. Just, I know lately his games have maybe not been going as smoothly as he would have wanted them to, so yeah. But we'll see. You see a probe coming all the way across the map. Just mentioned this scout, and that's obviously just been what's coming over for the last few moments, so we get that in position and just get that ready to rumble. Gate and the cyber core both coming online as well, so bring all of that through just for the moment. Here's that probe, nibbles at the other probe for a few moments. And yeah, cyber core coming up, those gateways coming by. We get a lot of this into play over the next few moments here. Let's just get ourselves set up and running. Yeah, couple probes just nibbling. Creator did go on the map with a probe as well. He put a pylon down in the bottom side of the map also, so he's put that down over there just to begin with. A very solid starting point, and not really looking to utilize it. It seems this probe is going to patrol out on the map. I don't imagine it's going to go anywhere anytime soon. I think it's going to be sitting tight for a few moments and just looking to scout more than anything. I don't think he's going to head back to that pylon and build up a proxy. As do you see 2 Stalkers versus a Stalker Sentry on the way out from Shameless, and then from Creator as well. So yeah, everything looking pretty reasonable in that regard as we get settled on down. PvP, what a rare treat. Look, I'm throwing the PvP at the start of the day because I just knew it would entice so many people to tune in. Okay? Like, the real talk is, if you put the PvP at the start and people miss it, then people can't complain about there being too much PvP on the stream today, you know? So yeah, get your complaints in now. Get your complaints in now, and then we can get on with all the other matchups after. There's a robo facility, so Shameless is going to go 3-gate robo. It's an in-base robo from him. Shameless has been having some really good results lately, by the way. Do not sleep on him. I actually think this group is so cool. I think, honestly, anyone could kind of advance from this group. Like, to me, this is not a group which is set in stone at all. I really do think this group can go any which way, so every match is going to be very important, beginning with this PvP today. And, yeah, we'll get into that right now. Sentry on the way up, Robo Facility coming through. That Warp Gate and So coming up. The next is coming down on the natural. You see the Stalkers here from Shameless already making their way across for a couple of moments as well. Heading towards the natural. There's 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries are going to be there. Just going to turn those Stalkers away right off the bat. Good force field. Oh, no. A good idea of force field a bit further south and actually trapping that Stalker would have been a kill. And that would have been really nice considering Shameless is being aggressive, right? Considering he wants to be the aggressor right now, if you can get rid of units already, that would be amazing for his creator because it's going to remove what he can do into you. So we do have creator onto his own immortal right here, so that's going to be on its way. I just need to take a moment, guys, to reduce the in-game volume a second, just a smidge louder than it usually is. There we go. So yeah, immortal's coming up. You got the rest of this coming through. Just going to see those batteries on the way through as well. Again, all of that on the way by. For a couple of moments, a couple of batteries coming through, the immortal coming over. We are going to start to put some pressure on here for a couple of moments as we put some work out. The hallucination going to go onto the ramp. I mean, I like the force field, but I'm not sure if we're just really going to get enough out of this in the end. You can already see this kind of hitting a little bit of a brick wall here. You see a few extra depths just getting warped in, so they're going to come through as well. And we just have the prism pulling back over this right-hand side. So a little bit of back and forth, figuring out where we want to go. But this is Shameless, who needs to do damage. Like, he is committed to this. These 4 depths trying to unload, but they're not going to be able to do too much. 3 of them are going to threaten the shade. We're going to instantly lift them back into the prism. And yeah, we're just going to move along from that because we are just not going anywhere that we need to be with this. So not ideal. A few more depths just getting warped in. A couple already shading out into the natural and in toward the main base as well. Just going to bring those straight over. A couple of force fields coming down. That immortal going to get caught already. Again, if the force field was slightly better, I mean, this is on the other side this time, but slightly better force field, that immortal might have actually been trapped and not able to get back towards the deeper batteries. The attack in the main base gets cleaned up, and Creator's defense is looking solid. Having his own prism, having his own immortals. I mean, he just has more of everything. There's no advantage that Shameless has, and he's the aggressive all-in player at this point, which is pretty much just going to doom you here. I mean, I don't really see a way in which we save ourselves in this scenario as the a couple of units continue to move over. Yeah, this is just doomed. I say don't want to be too negative, but sometimes it ain't meant to be. And right now, it ain't meant to be. Plain and simple. Going to see a couple more units unloading as well. Just going to be seeing those coming straight out there. And just going to be pulling across. Just going to see the chase down from Creator. He's 70 supply to the 40. He really is going to have control of this opening game. But Creator looking good. Shameless has to say GG. And Creator takes a 1-0 lead in this BO3. Creator off to the strong start then. So Creator gets off to a fun start, strong start, and is going to be loving that as he gets that 1-0 advantage. We'll be heading into a second map, Tourmaline here. Mentioned that every game is going to matter a lot today, every series will, but obviously map score too, because even winning a map could make the difference between you advancing or not. We saw yesterday there was a scenario where Stoller could have been eliminated before his final series because of a map he dropped somewhere along the way. So every map is going to count as well as we get ourselves readied up for a game 2 of Shameless and Creator. Kicking this off in just a moment. Double check we got everyone in this lobby. Go GLHF, and we're going to go without any slowing down. We're just going to keep the games rolling for you guys. And keep the action moving. Loving it. Alright. GG, good luck, have fun. Go GLHF. Everyone calling the start of this. We do get Tourmaline ready to rumble. So Tourmaline coming up. Let's see if Shameless can bounce back as... yeah, his opening build in this first game obviously just was not quite it in the end, unfortunately. I mean, sometimes, like I say, it'd be like that, and just got to try and stack up our losses and get over them. As in the top right side, our red Protoss is Creator, up 1-0. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss is going to be Shameless. The only PvP as a viewer you find fun involves hero or max packs. I think a lot of that is kind of what you've already said, but I think a lot of it as well is just that Max Pack, I even feel like sometimes it's like not even hero. It's not even hero or Max Packs. I feel like it's really only hero versus Max Packs. And what I kind of mean by this is that a lot of the time I feel like when we're watching PvP, I feel like if you see someone proxy, you kind of know what's going to happen. But when they do it against Max Packs, like I'm never really sure. But then Max Packs always has such a good track record of defending that I'm kind of like, well, yeah, this is probably just going to be defended against, right? Like this is probably not going to be an issue. So I just sort of shrug it off. But then here, and then when Hero plays PvP, I'm always like, yeah, I know he's going to be a bit crazy. But honestly, like, I know PvP Hero will be crazy, and a lot of the time it's crazy, it'll just work. Then you get Hero versus Max Packs, and you have, you know, basically this kind of concept of, well, you know, what my usual presumptions are out the window, because actually, like, I don't just expect Heroes crazy to win, and I don't just expect Max Packs' defense to win. So I feel like when they play each other, it's actually a lot of fun. But, yeah, it's an interesting one. Max Pack sets the meta and Hero breaks it. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good way to say it. I don't know if Max Pack sets the meta. Max Pack sets his own meta, almost. Like, Max Pack plays like a lot of people would like to copy, but a lot of the time they cannot, so... It's been fun lately. Max Pack has been trying to mix it up a little bit, because I think he is genuinely struggling at the moment against Hero. A lot of his normal build orders and stuff are just not really doing what he wants them or needs them to do, so... Yeah. Robot facility, Stalkers all coming up. We got the Warp Gate coming by. I'll get in the Adepts coming up as well. Two Stalkers just going to go and work their way down to the bottom here. Oracle on the way up, Stalker on the way through. I mean, these Stalkers going to go fine. I mean, we already saw this pylon, so we are going to be able to nibble this, and this proxy of Shameless should get the Oracle out, I believe, here. So I think the Oracle gets out, but that's going to be pretty much all it gets out, is going to be the statement on this, is the... It's not going to get out. Well, I really believed, but apparently not, and that's going to be rough, because now you've proxied a Stargate and it's gone wrong. A couple of Adepts at the front are not exactly doing much right now either, so this actually is becoming a little bit of a problematic scenario where you're not really getting out of this anywhere near what you put in. So, yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation. And Shameless is... And he's going to be in trouble, straight up. He's just going to be in trouble. Like, he's going to be in a place here where he's not going to be able to really come out of this in a positive scenario. So, it's going to be a little bit tough. Couple Stalkers, the Probe continue to come through. We do have the Oracle coming up as well. I'm just going to be seeing that battery and the Nexus continue to come through at the same time, so all of that being brought online. Just going to be seeing a couple of Stalkers still hitting, and the Adepts will recall home, so once recall and they can't move anymore, so we can cancel that wall off. And Beretta just a pretty dominant start. He's now expanding and well along in that expansion. It doesn't feel like we have anything here as Shameless to realistically kind of put him back into play. He's still keeping that Oracle in production. I'm wondering if he's kind of thinking of maybe just kind of building a Prism and just going to power that just so he has the Oracle, because at this stage almost why not, you know? Kind of feels like we're more or less at that point, right? Where it's almost worthwhile. Hallucination to the top side. Just going to go shading. We are going to be seeing the Probe nibbling at the Stargate. The Stargate is kept alive. He finally cancels the Oracle on it, so he gives up on that. Creator already heading into Blink. Now, this really has just been a rough start from Shameless. Absolutely not what he wanted. Losing so much investment on that Stargate really doesn't bode well for you. You know, 6 workers behind. I'm going to pause here as drops a sorry. A ping. Yep, no problem. So that's sorted out, and we'll get back on track. We're playing West on this game too, so it's going to give Shameless probably a bit worse ping. If he needs a moment or two for a particularly bad spike to pass by, then that is all good. Alright. Back to this for a couple of moments, then we get back on track. And we see where our players are going to take us. Forge coming up, Nexus on the way, Gateway and the Blink continue to come through as well, so we just bring a lot of that online for the moment, so just getting a lot of this up and running still. And so much of this online right here. There's going to be some hallucination going to pop out. That's going to make a move across for a little bit as well. And we are going to drop a third base down because Creator just knows he's got the lead and he's going to look to maintain that lead in any which way he can. So he's just going to continue for that right from the get-go here. Kick this off. Stalkers and the Sentry is going to come moving over and just heading down to the bottom left-hand side. A couple of units going to be here. Just going to try and fight for a little bit. Just going to get a little bit of a cleanup over there at the same time, and we just have Shameless going to be under attack. So let's see how well he manages these Stalkers. Let's see how well he can handle this, because this definitely feels like a possibly scary moment or two. So yeah, let's see how this pans out in the end. Just see the hallucination going to move around here. Just going to have the Stalkers gathered up, going to blink them up into the main base. We're going to have a peek to see what's going on. A few probes that can go down pretty quickly as well, so we start on that. Shameless actually has units on the low ground, so he's looking to catch these Stalkers, which is actually a really cute move, but let's see if he can actually force them to blink away. They're probably going to blink recall. Okay, Blink's keeping no recall just yet. Going to get a bunch of probes. Now recalls. I don't love the recall just because he was kind of close to the Immortals when he did it, but hard to really argue with the 9 workers killed and the Adept on the low ground, just adding a little extra to that. 10 workers now killed. Trying to micro the Prisoner do something here, but the reality is the situation is getting completely out of hand, and this is getting real bad real fast. If we're going to be completely honest here, this is absolutely starting to look a bit brutal. I don't really know where we go right now as Shameless, because you're behind. You do have a +1 attack upgrade, so that's nice. I guess we're just going to try and shove and just say I've got 3 Immortals, let's believe. Which is not exactly like a super reliable way of making this happen, but honestly, I don't really have a better solution either, you know? So I'm kind of all for us just sort of sending it and just seeing, because yeah, I don't think expanding is going to do it. You're late on your third base in comparison. You don't really want this to go longer because your opponent has Blink. He's building a Twilight. He's building a third Nexus. I mean, to be fair, I mean, maybe you just take out this third base and then poke around a little and just see what you can do while kind of, you know, setting yourself up into the game as well. Loses the Prism, which is going to be a little annoying. Looking at this army over here, Creator has a lot. So, yeah, Shameless will just try and take a third base. He recalls home. Problem is, his third base is going to be, what, halfway along while his opponent restarts his. So, it's not even going to be that much of an advantage on the third timing. Creator still has an army supply lead. The upgrade lead is still there from Shameless as well, so that can help in certain armies, but you do need to make sure you're not being overwhelmed on that army to begin with, otherwise upgrades are just not going to be the thing that makes the difference, right? So, a couple interesting moments here. You see the Stalkers stepping forward, a couple Stalkers taking shots, Immortals as well, going back through, and do have everything gathering to the bottom side here from Creator, readying to push in for some damage. I like the Guardian Shield, and I like the Force Fields actually, and these Immortals are in the front and no Prism nearby to support this, so these Immortals just getting kind of beaten down on, especially while the Force Fields are just there, keeping the rest of the army away. 2 Adepts getting to the mineral line at the same time though, so they're going to get over here already. They're going to fire through for 3 workers, so that's going to be great. And lost a few more workers already. Just trying to figure out if there's anything we can do to sort of settle us back down here. Keep guns heading down the bottom. The +2 and the Blink continue to come up as well. Stalkers, Sentries, and the Immortals continue to gather together just for a couple of moments. So bringing this through, the +1 on that charge coming up as well. Continue to get that going right now. Drop this Nexus into play. Put that into position then, get that set up. It really is just kind of expanding through. I mean, to be fair, Shameless is catching up in supplies. He's still going to have a +2 attack upgrade lead. As time goes by, a lot of the deficit from the early game seems to be less and less impactful, and Shameless, while still trailing, maybe steps back up into this game a little bit. I'm surprised Creator didn't push as much. I think, honestly, if he had a Prism when he was pushing before, I don't even think this is even too much of a question mark. I think this game is maybe just done. Like, if you save the Immortals when you tacked in down here and you just keep on pressing because you're not afraid of losing anything. Yeah, missing the Prism there kind of maybe stripped that opportunity for him to truly commit through to the aggression. So, a little bit of a shame, perhaps, as we'll see everything now as Stalker Immortal. Archon pushing over. As he warps in, he does take about a 10 to 15 army supply lead, so the army supply lead does come around at certain points of this. Let's get the High Templar coming up, again the +2 coming through, the charge on the way. The other units gathering together for the next couple of moments still as well. Stalker just lead the charge forward and just going to get a few pot shots off right away there. So a bit of damage being done, again +2 in charge, all coming about. It's another 5 Zealots getting warped in as well as Creator continues to pressure down and into this position, so in we go. Going to see the couple of Archons trying to swing back a couple of shots as well. We are going to see the Stalkers continue to fight here too. Shameless and Creator in battle, but it does look like Creator's supply is coming out on top in the end. It kind of catches up as Shameless gets a couple of warping units. The last couple of units going down there definitely help. The Immortal count here from Shameless is still pretty good, and he got rid of any reinforcing point that was nearby, so he is going to knock down this army of Creator, and he is going to hold in this fight. Yeah, that Prism getting knocked down by the couple of Stalkers that were off screen, sorry, but they did come through and they actually delivered a major blow to the Korean Protoss here. And Shameless is going to hang on in there once again and just keep this going for now, at least for a little bit longer. So yeah, keeping this dream alive as of right now. New Prism coming up from Shameless as well as he gets that fix. I mean, Creator rebuild his own Prism very quickly. Still has a worker lead, is rebuilding that army control, but he was behind an army for a little bit here, so things definitely slipped away from him a decent amount towards the end of it. Lots of Stalkers, the Archons too, looking to push over on that right-hand side, so looking to try and perhaps chase across there for a couple of moments. Again, the Zealots and the High Templar coming through, the Assimilator coming up, a lot of Zealots and the High Templar building from Shameless. The Shameless looking to be aggressive now. He does not have an upgrade lead in this fight. Let's see what he can do, attacking straight in here as those Zealots begin to charge up a storm. Let's see if they can find success. Pushing straight forward, I mean, first thing that really comes to mind is just the fact that we've got so many Archons here from Shameless, and that is definitely doing a good part of helping us out in terms of attacking through this. Those Archons last for so long, they're so good against the Zealots. And the Stalkers in the back are helping a little bit. The Prism Micro available here from Creator can help too. There's not a lot of anti-air to really stop the Prism for Shameless, and that might just make the difference toward the end, especially as these Immortals begin to get overrun a little bit in the very tail end of this. That definitely becomes a bit more of a factor as well. And then you've seen that Prism going down. So Shameless loses his warp, and he'll end up losing everything. And it's going to be GG as he pauses instead of GGing. And that is going to be that to take us to a 2-0 victory from Creator. I'm honestly kind of impressed by Shameless's kind of ability to get back in that game, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end, unfortunately. And that is going to wrap us up on that one. As we will take a moment or two then, guys, and we'll have more StarCraft 2 coming back up for you guys very quickly. So we'll get that underway in just a few moments. I'll get that ready to go. It is up next. I have to get a Wikipedia page up. I'm pretty sure it's probably Shameless Yakov, but I'm not 100% sure, so let me just double check quick. It's not, it's Shameless GuMiho. Perfect. Alright, then we don't have to swap server. We can just sit here and wait a little bit. Cool. Let's message GuMiho so he knows to come over. Perfect. Alright, this one is... GuMiho Shameless, get this on the go. Perfecto. Perfecto. Alright guys, thanks for joining us so far today. Good to see you all. And excited to jump us into this next game in a couple seconds. It'll be Shameless versus GuMiho coming up. And yeah, just a nice kind of standard stream today. No double stream, no going from one event to the next or anything. Just nice, standard, back-to-back games. Love it. And just 6 best of 3, so obviously not the longest stream from us, but just something a little bit more chill on our side, which is nice because we've had a few longer days in a row, and we've got some OSC action coming up Thursday, Friday before some crazy streams on Saturday and Sunday. So lots to look forward to across there. As we do have videos already starting up for these guys, so we'll get those underway in the next couple of moments and bring this up and get ready to party. See what exactly is going to happen is I'm going to get a couple of the videos down. Just going to get that all set for a couple of moments here. And once they're videoed, we'll get into this PvT, guys. Alright, sweet, we'll get into this in just a second. We've got all the videos done, so just waiting for a map pick, and we are on the screen to select the map. Get this going ASAP here, guys. So, it's ready to go. And for tomorrow's OSC, actually, we have some cool games tomorrow. A bit of lower bracket, a bit of upper bracket. Gonna be fun as well, I think. Gonna be fun as well. And then obviously Saturday and Sunday should be awesome too, so hell yeah. Waiting for the map pick here of Shameless to start us off. So after this, we're going to do all of Shameless's matches first in the group, so it'll be Shameless, GuMiho, and then Shameless Yakov, and then we move into probably Yakov versus Creator, GuMiho, Yakov, GuMiho to end the day if I had to guess based on my usual way of making these schedules up. Without actually checking, although I have the page open. Could just check. It is as I just said. So yeah, it'll be like that. So, yeah. Very exciting. Ellie's having a good time downstairs. White Rabbit is going to be our first map pick, so get into this in just a moment or two as well. And get ready to kick this off. Put the lobby link down. Should just be a moment or two to kick this off and get into play. GuMiho, Shameless. I think KL probably wants to be in here as well, to be honest, but let me try and double check. Alright. Players ready? Let's do this, guys. No reason for us to be waiting about. I kick this off. And once again, thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here. Let's get into some more StarCraft 2 in the form of Shameless versus GuMiho. Shameless has been good lately. He's been defeating Kua kind of repeatedly in qualifiers and stuff. So I actually do worry for GuMiho in this one. I think it's actually a tough match for him. Which kind of maybe makes me think this is just a tough group for GuMiho in general. But let's see what GuMiho... The thing is, GuMiho plays such a different brand of TVP that, especially at the sort of level these guys play at, I feel like variation in kind of how the players like to play can actually have a big impact on how the results go. And while I think Shameless's results definitely speak more to kind of success in this series than what GuMiho's results do, you never know when GuMiho might just be that like bad matchup for Shameless. Like the way he plays might just kind of trick him or keep him on his toes a bit too much, or has Shameless a bit, you know, something along those lines, right? Or is just naturally good against how Shameless usually sets up. that is a very much so a possibility, right? So, yeah, like I say, my kind of recent knowledge says, hey, let's believe a little bit in GuMiho, our blue sorry, in Shameless, our red Protoss on the top right-hand side. I'm going to keep my sentence going. But let's not count out our boy GuMiho, the blue Terran, in the bottom left corner as we kick off into game number 1 of this BO3 series. Alright, exciting stuff as we get underway, and we have already a probe of Shameless coming across the map to begin with, so it's going to be bringing this straight over to the other side and to position here to get some scouting done. So no messing around there, just getting straight to scouting, trying to figure out exactly what's up right from the very first moments of this, and trying to make sure we don't leave anything to the imagination early. SCVs pull through. Probe just going to be right there. It's going to be seeing the SCVs continue to pull about a little bit. Orbital command coming through. The Marine on the way. And you have the Nexus and the Cybercore continue to come about. The pylon also building by. Marine is going to get there. Pick off the probe for a couple of moments as well. It's just going to take that straight out. And this Marine of GuMiho will be heading out toward the upper right-hand side of the map. So, Marine out towards the upper right as we settle down for the next couple moments. Marine just on a bit of a wander through, and we do have the Adept and Warp Gate coming by as well, so again, all the little bits and pieces kind of expect to see right now. There's Adept still joined up together as well. I mean, another Adept on the way out, but there's already one just coming across the map, so we'll follow this over. A couple moments too. As we have that Twilight Council about halfway done. So Twilight's about halfway done, the Stalk and the Warp Gate all coming up as well. That's just going to be shading up toward this high ground, and we do have the Marine joined together. We do have the Starport, a couple of Hylians, the Orbital, all of that coming through. The Adept continues to chase the SCV around a little bit. This Marine just continues to put some damage out onto the Adept as well. A couple of Hylians continue to go through. That is also here. This Adept does get chased away already. Blink, a couple of probes, the Warp Gate. All of that coming online currently as well, so bring a lot of that into play. And again, a couple of mines and the SCVs and the medevac building up also. These Hellions also joining together and figuring out what they might be able to get done over these next few moments. Two Adepts and the Stalker joined together as well. Warp Gate just settling down. Robotics facility going to build as we speak. So all of these just kind of cool things so far, just looking good, but obviously we are going to start getting to some of the real action here as this medevac loads up. And we will see the 4 Widow Mines going across the map initially, so follow those out to the other side, and the Widow Mines will look to see what they can achieve in the next moment or two. So the 4 mines are just going to settle. They are going to keep moving. Getting straight across to this upper right side, and we are going to drop straight into towards this natural, and then we do have the couple of Hellions there waiting to make a play as well. And now looking to see what else we can do as the medevac comes about. Again, a couple of Widow Mines unloading. So far, pretty minimal damage. I'm going to kill a Stalker though. Blink not ready yet, so Stalker, now 2 probes. I don't hate it for 4 mines. The only thing I don't love is obviously no mines stay around, so unfortunately we're not going to keep any mine available here to fire again later on. That part of this is a little bit more sad. Not quite how you would have liked things to have maybe gone overall. Well, medevac relocates back down to that bottom side. We do see the couple cars are going to show up, and we're going to potentially still have some more damage to be done here. We have the 2 Hellions available to push forward here too, so bring this over. Just gonna move around a little bit here as we got the couple Hellions moving over as well. You're going to be seeing these Hellions going to go pretty nicely. At the same time, the auto turret comes down, so just damage across the board coming through for a few moments. Absolutely adding up right there. 7 workers going down, so good harassment from GuMiho again. Some good damage done early, putting him into a good position. And this one, Stim, Combat Shield on the way through. Marine Marauder Medevac continue to build up as well. I'm just going to be settling here for a moment or two, I guess, as we get this fully set up. Medevac just chilling for a couple of moments. Medevac's moving through for a couple of moments, just heading up to that top side, just trying to get going. Substreamian on the 3-stream watch streak as well. Enjoy watching the streams lately. Thank you so much. Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate you. Marines, tanks going to be setting up as you just see the Medevacs coming over. Coming into position for a couple of moments, and we are going to be seeing this Nexus heading up to the top side, just taking position here already. Some plays. A couple of Zealots going to come through as the storm comes down. 4 probes going down during this. This is not good enough at all from Shameless on the cleanup. These tanks are standing strong. Even if we kill off one, the second one still being there means we hold this position. We have Stim available still too, which is always going to keep this in a very rough place. And this really feels like we're just going to have a pretty solid push through here from GuMiho, who is going to absolutely push himself into a very solid position in this game number 1. At the same time, there's now a drop in the main base that's going after the Templar Archives as well, so just going to pick our way through that. And yeah, you can just see that the damage is obviously just 100% ramping up to a point where we're not really going to be able to cope with this very well, to be honest, here, as our Protoss player. This is a lot of damage done. GuMiho pushing himself into a good position early and keeping himself in a very good place for these early moments as well. A bit of bios on the left-hand side, moving around a little bit too. Marine Marauder Medevac mine all still building up as well here, so again, got a lot of that underway. Dead probes really is just, again, it adds up, and that third base is hurting as well, so that's an easier target. If you're not prepared at some point, that could be an issue. Shameless going to try and strike the other side of the map with the Prism. 2 Zealots here going to get picked away at immediately, so we get rid of those pretty effectively. In the middle of the map, we're catching a bunch of Zealots. They're not going to be wanting to be in that against that main army. I mean, realistically, we have 1 High Templar in play and 1 Storm, and that's not going to change the course of this Terran army. This Terran army is headed directly to victory. As Zealots keep going down, the Stalkers will not stand up against it. The Raven is going to get F2'd maybe into the center of all this, but none of it really matters. GG gets called, and GuMiho takes game number 1. Solid opening from GuMiho, and Shameless en route to maybe have a little bit of a flop in this, group, because I actually came in thinking Shameless was maybe one of my favorites. If I had to pick 2, just because Shameless has been playing well lately, but then here we are. This is obviously not great. We are going to go central for map 2, which is going to help Shameless out ping-wise, but we'll see if that's going to be enough to truly swing things around a little here or not. Get this set up in a moment, guys. Central, put that on the way. Drop a lobby link down. Getting game for game 2 in just a second. Sweet. Shameless just needs a moment. And we get ready to rumble into this next one. Cool. Alright. Winter Madness coming up. Get this sorted, like I said, as soon as Shameless is ready, guys. Just take a moment or so for him to prep up and do whatever he needs to do. See if he can get back on track, not just in this series, but just in this group. It's a little bit brutal when you play off 3 games kind of back to back to back, and it doesn't start off well, right? Like, when it starts off going badly or going wrong, like, it already feels so rough, because then you've got to play back to back. You've got a very little amount of time to reset yourself between matches, so it's a little tough. There's the benefit of just being done all at once, not having to wait around it all, but then, like I say, when it starts going wrong, it feels like it starts going very wrong. Gonna check GuMiho is ready, because Shameless is now ready. And GuMiho ready's up. We'll kick off into game number 2 of this series. Shameless is not good this week. Wasn't it just this week he was already doing well in the like beating Cure and stuff? Let's have a look at Shameless's match history last few days or so. Lost to a Laser in the Monday Cup. Beat Young. Lost to GuMiho actually in the Rongi qualifier as well. I didn't realize that. So yeah, and lost to Bunny and Percival. So actually his PVTs have been going a bit wrong in those qualifiers after the wins against Cure. So he won against Cure a bunch, and now he's maybe stumbling a little bit in the very same matchup. Okay, well, let's jump in. As in the bottom right-hand side, able to take the 1-0 lead. This is our blue Terran player, GuMiho. Taking on the red Protoss. In the top left side of the map is going to be Shameless. Two of this best of 3. Just started up. Okay, a similar probe all coming through. Rex and the gas coming about for a little bit as well. And set up for a few moments here. You have the probe heading down to the bottom right-hand side, so bringing that over for a couple moments as well. Pretty reasonable here for the early stages without anything too crazy going on. A lot of the time, it's just what we like to see. No craziness, just nice and standard. Just get ourselves into like a nice little game here to begin with. Probe, SCVs nibbling up at each other, taking a few moments here to move around and put some damage out. We'll follow this probe for the next few moments as the command center drops into place, and the probe is not going to do too much anyway. GuMiho is GOAT. GuMiho is such a great player. I'm so glad GuMiho still plays. Like, he's one of the players that's, you know, when you think about players who we could really appreciate still being here, like GuMiho has been here forever. He was never the absolute most successful player, and while he, you know, he had the highest of highs at some point, winning a GSL, it's never been an easy track for him, right? And on the top of that, he's always been such a fun, creative player. Like, he's been super fun to watch. And so still having him around in this day and age is just so awesome, because he's very easily one of the guys that could have just moved on from StarCraft 2, like so many others have. And yet it's so great to see him still play, because he has such a unique style of playing that it feels like by him still being here and playing, we actually get to preserve that style and have him continue to play it for that much longer, right? And, you know, that part of this is just awesome. Yeah, it's, it really is great to have him still here. Love that we still have some action from him. Twilight Council coming up, battery on the way, probe, stalker, warp gate. All of these little bits and pieces continue to move around for a little bit. The Marines will jump onto the low ground rocks. Just gonna open that up a little bit here. You have the Twilight Council and the gateway coming through as well. Continue to get this going. Settle this down for a few moments and just see these Hellion gonna run by looking for some damage. There is the Cyclone, the Marines coming up. I think one of the main parts of this from Shameless is going to be, let's have a better early game, right? Like, let's ensure that the early stages of this is going to go a whole lot smoother than it did last time. Because last time we started losing a lot of probes, and we started to lose a lot of probes very quickly. So it got very badly very early on. Let's try and make sure that we're able to not have the game start snowballing against you. Because there ain't anything worse than, you know, fighting against Terran than having to fight against Terran uphill with an avalanche raining down on you, because that's kind of what the last game was when you lost so many workers so quickly and you just kind of ended up in such a rough spot early on. GuMiho being GuMiho, though, is not going to make it the same kind of opening twice, and that's what makes it so tricksy. You can't just be like, well, I need to do this better, because GuMiho will play in a way that's like, okay, well, do that better. It's not going to apply in this scenario, and this time there's no water mines, it's just Marines. They show up onto that third base, looking for the pylon straight away. One Stalker steps over, there's going to be 2 more Stalkers in the Sentry. The Cyclone especially is very good here, because the Cyclone can really do a lot against the Stalkers. I don't love how much damage this medevac took, especially allowing the high ground units to get as involved as they just did. Really don't feel like those high ground units should be allowed to do that much, because they should be out of position, right? Like, they should be there because, you know, they're not out of position, they're in position to defend against the possible lift into the main, but you should not allow them to be applicable on the low ground, because one of your benefits is the threat of diving to the main base because of exactly that. It forces your opponent to split units away, so let's actually make use of splitting them away rather than letting them deal damage. So maybe GuMiho could have got a bit more here. I mean, I still don't hate it. Look at resource lost. He killed the Sentry, killed the Pylon off, only lost a couple of Marines. Obviously, the Hellion Scouting earlier went down as well. So I still don't think that's really all that bad, as we'll repair this medevac up. Just like I say, maybe left, you know, more opportunity on the table there than you really needed to. 5 more Marines, Stimpack still building in. 2 Stalkers coming across for a couple of moments. Again, the gateway's coming about. Robo Facility is going to start as well. We continue to get settled in for the next few moments. Well, Tang's going to relocate around for a second or two here as well and just try to see what else is going on from their point of view. Stalker stepping up. Cyclone Marine Tank just going to be helping to push those Stalkers away. So again, chasing things out of here for the foreseeable future. Again, Combat Shield, Marines, Tank, SCVs, all coming through. Zealots, Gates, that charge coming up as well. It would be big for cleaning up this attack. This is stim on these Marines, right? So yeah, they're already pretty powerful, these Marines. So it's something we maybe actually have to be pretty careful on pretty quickly. A couple tank shots helping to push things away and keep things safe here for a moment or two. This medevac still stepping over and is going to be under some fire. It's going to start going down from the Stalkers. However, the Marines here doing well. There's no charge immediately. We're going to kill the Pylon. That depowers the battery. Just want to pull back to these tanks. We want to make sure they're involved, right? Protect these tanks with the Marines. There's no reason to let them kind of, you know, be running free. Zealots are still pretty darn powerful, though. You see GuMiho is getting cleaned up here as Shameless shuts this down. Yeah, Charge is just so good in these scenarios. It does so much for you. And it's one of those moments where Charge actually really, I think, did make the difference here, more so than anything else at this point. It really is a pretty fantastic way of things turning out for you. And definitely goes in your favor. Here is Shameless, who just goes all the way across the map. Might just win the game with this continued push. Going straight into this natural. Siege tank will go down. The Stalkers have to blink away. So maybe we don't straight up win, but we do some more good damage. Obviously, getting rid of a tank is a pretty notable factor, so that is generally seen as a big positive. As the 2 Forges and that Robo Bay all continue to come up for a couple more moments. As well, playing cleanup again here, there, and everywhere that we can. Also an attack upgrade, the extra Marines all coming up as well. A couple Forges in that Robo Bay coming online. Just going to be seeing the Marines able to get through for a couple more kills right at the end of this. We really are kind of at the end of opportunity, I feel like, for GuMiho right now, at least. I mean, his army supply is still okay, but how do you get across the map with similar-ish army supply? And the real issue is just going to be that third CC's not ready yet, 20 workers down. We are absolutely going to be fighting against a little bit of an uphill battle here in the near future still, so I don't know. It's going to be tough for GuMiho, and right now a tank shot is good to help push these Stalkers back. But Shameless is just capitalizing on this situation. Colossus, double upgrades, right? 4th base. All of these things he can get to super easily right now because he knows GuMiho lost a fight and has to pull back and play defensive for a while. As such, he's going to do or work on exactly that. Marauder medevac on the way. Concussive shells and the +1 attack upgrade coming up as well. Orbital and the refinery still building through. Thermal lens coming about, Colossus and a couple of Stalkers, the few probes all coming online. We keep those upgrades chrono boosting where we can. A loading over to the right. These few Marines will have a chance to stim in toward that pylon. You see the few Zealots again moving down the left side as well, so they're just going to come across. And down to the south, the hallucination there needs to be careful not to take too much damage as well, and well, it goes down. I guess it's not really too big of a deal if a hallucination goes down. Vikings coming up. Prism Speed is going to be on its way, so we are going to improve the harassment potential here from Shameless as well. I mean, GuMiho at least heading into that Ghost Academy, so Viking Ghost on the way out, all the tech that will help him out in this game, but you can have all the tech in the world to help you. I'm still not convinced that this is going the way you need it to just yet. And it's just like, I look at the minimap and it's just like a swarm of Protoss, a swarm of red moving across. And then you look at, obviously there's just so much infrastructure already setting up from Shameless as well. Like, he's just taking base after base. The setup just grows and grows into his favor. Like, it really feels like he just gets into a very solid position here. Missile turret will get rid of the Observer for a moment. Again, the Vikings, the Ghost, the armor upgrade all coming through still. He's going to dive straight forward. That first siege tank goes down. I like the Shameless. He just maxes and goes. He doesn't waste any time. He says, cool, I'm at my max potential apart from maybe some upgrades, but they're far enough off that it would just be giving you time to get closer. Realistically, upgrades do not need to be here to make a difference right now. He knows he's got the lead, hence the commitment, hence how comfortably he just moves forward. Ghost showing up are not exactly going to last long, and GuMiho, you have to say GG. We're going to go game 3 in this series as Shameless taps GuMiho out of here, and we are going to get to a third map of this best of 3. So we will end up going the distance, and I feel like Shameless needs this, right? Even just the map win, because it just resets. If you go 0-2-0-2, I mean, it almost feels like, why am I even bothering to play against Yakov, right? At least if you take a map, there's a bit more of a chance that there's a 3-way tiebreaker in play if you do beat Yakov as well, so it just starts to feel so much better for you. So, big win there as we get set back up, and like I say, sometimes I feel when you've lost a few maps in a row, the first win back can really be the hardest to find, so go into Taito Citadel for a map 3 of this series. GuMiho an invite, and we can go. Beautiful. Thanks for joining us, guys, for some WardiTV Winter Cup action. Group C today. It's going to be a bit of downtime before Group D in the playoffs, but yeah, it was nice to get this event started up. Like I say, we might even be moving the rest of this tournament back a little bit, just because right now it does kind of clash a little bit with the wrong E playoffs, and I was going to do the thing where we start a couple hours later, but I think I'd just rather make it its own thing on its own day. Because the Group D maybe would be fine, but the playoffs especially, being their own day, just really makes me feel like it just doesn't go super late at night for the Koreans and stuff, so it just makes me feel like we can really put on the full show I want to. So I think we're probably going to do that, and then we'll start the Winter Championship in February after that as well, so yeah, that's kind of what's going on as we get ready to jump into the bottom right corner of the map with our blue Protoss player. It is tied up 1-1 here in this series. The blue Protoss in the bottom right is Shameless. Taking on the red Terran. In the top left, we have GuMiho. Taito Citadel here for map 3. This up and running and see whether GuMiho or Shameless will find victory as this first probe starts to move forward and gets en route. So scout across the map to get things going here for game 3. Shameless just trying to make sure he knows nothing too crazy is happening. Make sure you can see what's up. Just keep that information. I don't think Shameless is necessarily a big risk taker in that regard. I think he'd rather just kind of have the knowledge of what you are or are not doing, and just kind of play the game from there. Not like a hero who'll know scout a whole lot more and so on and so forth. So this pro just comes back up to the high ground Well, we'll check in to see what's up. See our factory and our orbital continue to come through. Reaper building in as well for the moment. Factory, Reaper building up for a few moments here. Stalker on the warp gate coming by. We'll see that Reaper continue to head down to the bottom. Probe coming over. Just take a couple moments. And the Reaper will start to put some damage out. So we start to get some shots in. Probe initially goes down, so it's going to be a good starting point. Not a bad way for things to begin. And now the Reaper escaping out up toward the top for a couple moments as well. So just getting out over here for now. And gonna go hang around a little bit, centering that warp gate, still building up as well, so continue bringing that through. Last couple of Reapers gonna hop up in there together, gonna try and come in for the harassment now, so let's see if they can succeed. As the sentry is gonna get grenaded once, twice. If there wasn't a battery here, that might have actually gone down. It was actually a good couple of grenades from GuMiho, and to be fair, he's draining a lot of the battery energy, if absolutely nothing else. We are draining a lot of that battery energy, so that does go a long way. That does add up a little as Reapers and the Hellion join up there as well. Just going to see a gateway down over on that far side onto this natural, so just going to put that up into play. Two Reapers and that Hellion continue to come around. Again, medevac and the Marines building up. We'll just take a second or two. See where we go next. The other couple of units continue to come about, and again, Blink coming through, Robo Facility coming online just for a moment. Now the Reapers and the Hellions just take a second, and we'll have the Stalker coming around for a couple of moments as well. Just going to chase for a bit of damage, nothing too crazy still. Again, the Barracks, the Marines, the Raven, all that coming through, and those units are still going to have to keep on running, so they're just going to have to get the hell out of here. Double facility gateway's coming up. The Blink is coming online as well. So again, we get a lot of that on the go just for the moment still. And Widow Mines end up burrowing up, just chasing the Stalkers away a little bit too. So that Widow Mine taking some extra shots. Into the main base we go. This Widow Mine's going to be low HP, so pretty much just has to fire now. So we do a good job overall of kind of forcing these mines to fire quickly. It's definitely going to help you kind of go in the right direction here as the side of Shameless. So that should put him into a happy little position. Because that's two probes going down, and then, okay, the medevac gets out, but that's pretty much it, right? Like, if that's all the damage that gets done here, I think you're pretty okay with things. Like, it feels like that's something we can really kind of go with a little bit, so yeah, I like it. Stim combat shield, all building through. Continue to get that on the way up. Just bring that straight through. Here's a few Marines going to turn onto the rocks on the low grounds, put some damage in there. And that stim pack and combat shield all building up. The Marine Marauder coming over. Observer and the pylons coming in as well. Stimpack combat shield and +1, a bit of everything still building through. A couple more moments currently, so bring that all up. A couple of these Stalkers will warp in alongside everything else that's currently ongoing. And there's pressure about it here. GuMiho cleaned up on the other side, so it gets a couple more workers, but that will be that. And now these Stalkers ready to make some plays into this base and looking to see what exactly they can find. Here we go, instant deny on the combat shield. Well, fortunately, that's not the stim, which is very close to being done, so I would say that that's actually a bit of a win for GuMiho. His opponent guessed incorrectly, and it is going to be a bit of a factor there. His nice auto turret comes in, gets another probe or two. Was it just the one, or was it three? All three. Yeah, I think it was a bunch of probes. So this auto turret actually doing well. Yeah, it's some good work, and it helps to minimize the damage that these Stalkers are providing to the Protoss player as well. So definitely helping on that one too. Bio moving out, just going to step through for a couple moments. Stalker's going to shoot, a couple of Reapers are going to take some damage. You're going to see the Bio stemming through, and the Stalkers going to end up getting pushed the other way. So Stalkers getting pushed out the other side, a little bit of Bio will fight there. Stalkers peel right out over to the right again, +1 combat shield coming up, the gates and the charge coming online, the extra probes building as we speak. Still being chased back. The sentry holding back a couple of moments as well. A lot of bio coming straight across here. It's going to be seeing the Stalker's going to come through. The Guardian Shield pops up as well. The bio will try and fight back. The Medivacs gather. A couple of those Marines taking shots already. Stalker's taking some hits. Zealot's taking damage. Bio still just pushes up, straight on up. Again, a couple of Stalkers continue to fall. The Zealot taking damage as well. Mortal still firing through. The couple of Zealots still trying to push just to the front here for the moment. Going to be having that bio still trying to trade, but it's not going to be enough for GuMiho, so you can't really continue this any further, you would think, although going to make our best effort to try and go against that, I suppose, as we continue through, and I guess let's see what happens next moment or so. The couple Medivacs gathering in. Just going to be seeing that bio army still very much so joined up here. There's that one Zealot just going to take a step through, but the triple Medivac load up going to be seen by an observer, unfortunately, for GuMiho, so that means that Shameless is going to know right away where GuMiho is moving to, and he needs to be careful, because obviously if the Stalker's blinked underneath the Medivacs, then you're kind of in trouble as GuMiho. He unloads, though. He's not going to go too soon either. He's going to have to deal with the fact that there's going to be the Prism in the main base, but he gets there pretty quickly. There's a lot of units. The Widowmine's not going to be there in time to actually fire. But still, enough to kind of push a lot of this away right now and to give us a little bit of breathing room and a little bit of space just in general at this point of the game. Probe base still building. The probes coming out. Again, Nexus, probe. Extra bits and pieces coming over. The bio going to get a cancel on this fourth phase. That was a kill, I think, because he just had so many units there so quickly that the preparation was not really made already for Shameless. He wasn't ready for that to get absolutely, utterly destroyed. So those units actually poke through. They get the kill, and I love that. He just lifts and gets out of there. GuMiho just says, I'd rather just make sure that these units get away. I'm not looking for more. I'm not being greedy. I'm happy to delay the fourth phase. He's building the Viking count up, which is going to be great against the incoming Colossus build on the side of Shameless, so that's coming through, and that's looking good. Nexus and Robo facility building up as well. Once it comes down at the front, just going to be seeing the bio, the Medivacs, the Vikings coming through as well, so again, a lot of that continuing into play here currently. And our Stalkers will continue to get up top and move into position for a few moments. Through, an SCV already going down. A couple of shots onto the Observer for a moment or two there as well. So again, we get a little bit more done. The Stalkers start to pull out back down to the bottom side. So they're starting to escape out of here and reset. Getting back on track in the next few moments. I mean, he is going to be the fourth Nexus over here as well. That's going to actually get online here this time from Shameless. But GuMiho supply looking good. Upgrades are looking good as well. I was going to say, we're only just now starting to get into upgrades here as GuMiho, as Shameless, sorry. He's only just on the 1-1. GuMiho starts 2-2, so that's an upgrade lead for GuMiho that he can maintain. Fourth base is obviously not far behind the fourth of his opponent, having denied that one. So, just in general, I think through and through, a very good, solid position here for the for GuMiho, who is, I wouldn't say he's like massively winning this game or anything, but I like where he's at. I like the setup. Slowed the Protoss down. Like, a lot of things have gone right for GuMiho, and it's absolutely still a playable game for Shameless. But yeah, I just think that this could have absolutely been a much worse scenario for GuMiho. So yeah, I just like it kind of moving through into the next stage of the game. And I guess what I'm saying is I like it for GuMiho because I, in my head, still kind of have him as an underdog, and maybe I don't actually necessarily prefer him later in the game. So if I do see him winning kind of a longer game, this is kind of the setup that I see him doing it from, without the game having already escalated to the point of just utter chaos and just so much damage being dealt and so on and so forth, right? So, knock some rocks down, fifth base coming up. Disruptor, Thermal Lance, 1-1 upgrades coming over, the rest is out Stalker over that left-hand side, and Observer gets shot down already. Our units continue to move through for just a little bit, so again we come straight forward. The army pushing up. Disruptors are going to be there to try and make something happen. And yeah, that Thermal Lance kicking in soon. I imagine I have a lot of Disruptors. I don't know if the last time I saw GuMiho play against Disruptors was. I'm genuinely curious how confident he looks against these and well he moves against them. He is obviously in that straight up bad position to start out with, where you're basically getting bullied back into your base already. So the Disruptors kind of have you pinned up against the wall to some extent. Like I say, we'll see exactly how it pans out here next few moments. You can see that Ghost going to take a disruptor shot. That doesn't kill it, of course. Right now, I just feel like there's a lot of map control here from Shameless, and we're just not really doing anything against it as GuMiho, which is, you know, somewhat fine maybe if you're comfortable with where the game goes to overall, but it can be a concern. I think there's a reason to be kind of a little concerned here overall. So we've seen this Outstalker moving up, the Bio going to gather together, so we get that going on top of everything else for a moment here. Another disruptor shot lands. It's just the fact that now you start taking the gold base, right? Like, you can see that if GuMiho sits back forever, this game gets out of hand for him. They're going to fight. There's a choke point of the Protoss player moving up here, but there's no medevacs on this army. GuMiho's bringing everything else from the other side. Disruptors come out at a good time to start zoning, and GuMiho has to basically run through disruptor shot after disruptor shot to have a chance at getting on this army. The Vikings is going to land back down as well to try and add into this, but GuMiho just showed up so late with the rest of this force. Like, the idea was good, the flank was decent, but he showed up so late, and by the time he started running over, Shameless was so ready to throw the disruptors at him that it just did not turn out well, as GuMiho 2-2 to the 1-1, but just couldn't get everything fighting at the same time. That was 100% a GuMiho engagement issue, though. Like, if GuMiho fights that at a more comfortable timing, I do think that goes a whole lot better for you as GuMiho. Like, you fight that at the right time. These units up here aren't on their own for so long. Now this is a problem because Shameless is going to start pushing in. And again, where's GuMiho's army at? So much of it is over to the left. And we need to find a way to get in. The problem is running in defensively is going to be difficult because the disruptors are going to zone you out. So the entire top portion of this goes down before the rest of GuMiho's army has even stimmed. Now this 5th Command Center going to get targeted down as well. That gets cancelled from becoming a planetary. And that will not be allowed to stay in the game. And yeah, we are, at this point, looking very good for Shameless, who's about to even up the upgrades to 2-2 upgrades versus 2-2 upgrades as well. The MP comes down onto that low ground there. Another couple of disruptors fly up the ramp for a moment or so. Prism in the main at the same time is not going to be denied before the warp-in comes through, so that is going to successfully come straight out there. The couple of Zealots going to try and charge in, but this is just going to be GG, as we can't really do much else to stop this one, and that is going to be Shameless taking Game 3 of the series. So Shameless does get back on track after what looked like a tough start in the day, and tough start moving through. We are able to fix it up and, like I say, get a little bit more back on track to round it out at the very end. Alrighty, guys. Up next is going to be Europe for Yakov versus Shameless. So we'll head on over to Europe and get this PvZ ready to go. We'll see what Shameless's final score for the day will be. We'll see how Yakov begins his day. And then we'll be heading into some more creative games after that as well. So all of that coming up here, guys. Ready to go in just a few moments' time. Alrighty, up on to Europe. You guys know what the dealio is as soon as Shameless gets here. Down. Alright, yeah, we're just waiting for Shameless to hop over, guys, and we'll get into this PvZ coming through. So yeah, we are 2 series down if you just joined us today. Plenty to go. A long way to go for now. And yeah, going into this PvZ up next. Yakov versus Shameless. Let's get those videos started. This ready to go. Another big LOL Protoss game. What, because GuMiho decided to fight with half of his army at a time? Yes. Protoss is hilarious. Hilarious, I tell you. Oh. who is Shameless? Shameless is a Russian Protoss player, has been up and coming for a good while now. So, yeah. Up and coming for a while, and frequently given us some good games, to be honest. He's definitely kind of venturing into that kind of level of can kind of beat anyone almost. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but like we're on our way to that sort of a point. So yeah, he's good. He is good. First video coming down as Mothership, so we'll just take a moment so we'll get this hopefully sorted out and started, guys, and get into our third series of the day. Cool, cool, cool. Action resuming soon. Cool. Do 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 do. $10,000 feet. Let's do this. Yordang Lokla. I'm probably murdering your name, but I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Throw the lobby link out here, guys, and we'll get this one started in a moment. And get ready to kick this into gear as Yakov and Shameless join. We've only had 3 casters all day, so that part's not changing. Be able to go. Ready, says Yakov. I think I'm ready. Kick this off. I'm just waiting for Shameless, actually. We need Shameless to be ready too. Yeah, thank you for the Prime. Obviously, if you guys are enjoying this stream, do consider supporting the channel. If you're on the YouTube, hit the like and subscribe. We've actually seen some good subscriber numbers lately on the YouTube, so keep it coming. Good to see a bunch of you deciding to hit that button. We appreciate it. Obviously, you can like every day. It helps to get the algorithm going on the video, so do check that out. We appreciate you guys. And yeah, obviously on Twitch you can follow or you can Prime subscribe, and all of that helps us to keep on running these events. This is a WardiTV tournament, which means that it's powered by you guys supporting the channel and the content and everything. There's not this is not money that just magics up out of nowhere. So yeah, we can check out all that as we get ready to go into this game number 1 of a best of 3. Thank you in advance if you're thinking of supporting, or thank you for just already supporting, even if you're not dropping the resub or so today. Appreciate you guys. Been saying a lot lately. It's been solid on the Patreon lately too, which obviously doesn't pop up on stream, but we've been seeing a lot of new Patreon pledges, which is even more awesome. I love that because that's what we use to fund the tournaments as like a primary kind of funding source. So if that goes up, it just means we can baseline run more StarCraft every month. So that's really amazing. So it's great to see the Patreon getting so much love. Massively into that. That's a major positive. So yeah, definitely keep that coming if you get the chance. We appreciate it. As we get Shameless Yakov PvZ here, third series of the day. Last of Shameless's matches. Let's see if you can end on a high or if Yakov is going to make it a little bit difficult and miserable for him in the next few moments. Yakov Shameless, I think, is actually a very good series. A couple of players who are very good and match well against one another and have really kind of followed a somewhat similar pathway in their careers in terms of kind of rising up at somewhat similar times, having, in my eyes, a similar amount of success as each other as well. I think Yakov was a little bit ahead of Shameless on the progression tree, but yeah, he's still been, you know, him and Shameless have both kind of ended up with that same kind of level of results, and so I'd say. I think Shameless has kind of had Yakov's number here and there a few times. Yakov has definitely had Shameless's number here and there a few times as well, so yeah. There's actually the history between these two. I'm going to do some Aligulacking, guys, because now I'm interested. Legulac just not loading. It's not a Legulac special, to be fair. There we go. Results, search. Shameless and Yakov. I remember last year in the WardiTV, I want to say the European League, these two played, and I was like, man, Shameless just got kind of, just walked all over Yakov and played some long games. It felt like Yakov couldn't figure it out, but I do think they go back and forth a lot more than that. Let's see. Yakov won the last two meetings, 1-0 and 3-0. And then 2-0 to Shameless, 2-0 to Yakov in the Waterfall Cup, and then 1-0 to Yakov, and 1-0 to Shameless, 1-0, 2-1, 3-0, 2-0. Shameless has definitely won more, but Yakov can absolutely beat him. Maybe more recently, Yakov has beat him more frequently as well, so I think that's kind of where we're at. So it's actually kind of a fun match history between the two of them as we get into this one. Gateway going to come down over here, just going to get that set up for the moment, a couple of adepts. Moving over, let's actually talk about the game a little bit then as I get some harassment going in these early stages. Get this set up and look to see where we can go to. Plenty of Lings on the way out. That Queen in production as well, is just bringing that through alongside everything else for just a few moments then. Bring that straight into play and keep a lot of this on the go as the Oracle gets turned around by a couple of the Queen shots. Ling's still building, the Queen on the way through, the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to build as well, just for now. And as we show up here, we got 3 drones, which is really not a bad start. We do lose the Adept there in the main base. Still 3 workers, not bad. It did cost you the 2 Adepts, you've had 4 in total. It's okay, right? Like, it really is that kind of like, it's okay sort of level of success right there, as you just see the Ling showing up. They're going to turn around, get a probe as they go as well. It's just going to get a little more out of that still. Wrap up there. And then we're just going to see this Oracle activating for a few more Zerglings as well. It's just going to continue through, looking for some extra. The Adept continues to take some hits already. A bit more damage being done just for the moment. Well, Lings will continue to try and be aggressive on the other side, just trying to poke around. Actually going to see an Adept that moved out of its wall off. Yakov realized that too late. He just preemptively presumed that that was not going to be as far forward as it was, and then, damn, was unable to do much about it. The Ling's still trying to get through. The Ling's chasing. Just going to have the Oracle still overhead. Blink and the Adept continue to come over. Stalker. I'm going to hit the Overlord. Drone still building up. The extra Overlord's going through. The Lings want to come in once again. Going to go for a wraparound on that probe. Able to grab it already. The Adepts ready to put out some return fire. And these Zerglings do turn some return fire themselves onto another probe. So picking that off, Spore Crawler hitting the oracles. And a couple of probes, a couple of drones, both players kind of firing on each other. Yakov a little bit behind on supply overall. He is about to finish the light. He's got a lot of drones popping soon. See if he can get a bit more back on track here in the next few moments, because at the moment, things do not exactly look super great for Yakov. Like I say, he's trailing a little bit. It's taking him a while to get back in front of Shameless on the work account, for example, as well. So it's taking a little bit of time to reset on all of that. Hydra Den building, Evolution Chamber building as well. So going to get the Hydra Evo all the way through. The additional Lings all building up as we speak. So a lot of that coming online. And we have that Blink coming up right now as well. So bringing that straight through here. And I'm just going to see those Stalkers are still also going to apply a little bit of pressure at the moment as they move on through themselves. Just going to get rid of a little bit of the creep spread over here. All those creep teamers begin going down immediately. We are going to see one Queen going down. Now a second Queen taking some damage as well. Stalker's blinking back, the Ling's getting over. The Oracles again just continue to spread those stasis wards out for now. Lings will chase through. Stalkers are going to fight. Again, charging the +1, all building up. I'm just going to see our Bane Nest. Melee upgrade, Groove Spines, whatever we want to try and go for, we will try and go for here. Again, the Stalker's just going to pull back. The Ling's going to continue to pressure. Going to see those things keep on moving through for a couple of moments, but the Stalker count is good, and even if the Hydra's up, we're not really protecting the Hydras well enough just yet, I feel like, so that's still a little bit of a question mark in our game at the moment, as these Lings and Hydras will step through once again, just going to come straight through to pressure. You see the Stalker stepping back, and a few of the Stalker shots continue to fire and hit just for the moment. Again, charging +1 coming about as well here currently, so all of that coming through. And the Bane's actually chasing a whole of these probes so far away if they just had any amount of speed on them. The great runaway from those probies, so we do not take a bunch of damage there. That's obviously very good news. That definitely keeps us very much so on track at the moment as well. Lings and the Hydras coming back over for the moment, so again, just stepping back over here. Just going to be seeing the jump onto this as we do have Stalkers continue to take some damage. Going to be seeing the hatch going down. Like I say, Shameless kind of felt like he got into a good start in this one and has kind of maintained that all the way throughout this far. Still continue to fire up. Hey, what's up, Valveda SC? Thank you for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it as we see the Ling Hydra still looking to just press on through. The Stalker still being chased away. Stays going to catch a couple Hydras in those Lings as well. And then +1 missiles, muscle augments coming through. Lings and Hydras continue to produce. We have the extra zealots coming about. The +2 attack upgrade will come online as well. So all of that coming over just for the moment. Yeah, Shameless definitely getting off to a very good start in this game, no doubt for now. Getting into a very comfortable beginning. As you can see, the Stalker's going to fight. A few of the Lings start going down. We see another Stasis Ward coming into play once again. Robobay, +2 attack upgrade. All of that comes over as well. These Hydras and Lings just continue to go after the Stalkers on top of everything else. These Hydras just keep chasing across. Just going to be seeing a lot of the Stalkers still very much so going down at the moment. +1 missiles, Hydra production, Lings all on the way. Hydras will continue to chase for a couple of seconds here. Just see the Stalkers having to back it up. All those Hydras going down. The Zealots continue to swing. We've killed 16 probes. It's just not good enough for Yakov. He cannot deal with the main portion of the army and has to say GG to give Shameless the opening map of this PvZ. Shameless takes the opening game. We'll head into a map 2 in a couple of moments, so we'll get that ready to go. A go. Second map will be Winter Madness. Alrighty, let's get that sorted. Sweet. Again, thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate you all. And if you are enjoying, don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow, as we just have a couple of people moved about. Shameless in here, and we'll get ready to kick this off. Game number 2, Yakov ready and go GLHF. Gonna be a great start from Shameless. If he wins this, he's gonna be 2-1 in the group, so he is gonna basically rectify this through to a much better start than what it was looking like. Like I say, it looked as though he was going to start the day 0-2 after losing the crit and then being down a map to GuMiho, but he brought it back and now a map away from being 2-1, which is often enough a position you can advance from this group with. So kind of expecting that as we get into the top left-hand side. Our blue Protoss player here is Shameless, while in the bottom right, our red Zerg is Yakov. We see in then game getting set for a couple moments. Overlord moving across, and things moving here in the early stages. Hatch, drones, gateway, simulator. All these little bits and pieces just moving through for now. Next is coming up, and again the hatch and the gas and the pool coming about, getting that on the way here. This one pull about a finish, and we'll see the cyber core coming up, so we get that ready to go. What's the pick on his banner? The pick on whose banner? That is Little Fairy's team logo. And that is, I presume, Yakov holding up a trophy. Or whichever one you were talking on. Take a couple moments to reset and see where again we're gonna go. See what we can do. Seems to be building. There's going to be seeing the Stargate coming up as well, so a lot of that coming online already here. Yeah, we're getting the Adept coming over, just getting set up. Speed very much so coming through from Yakov, just the Stargate from Shameless. Everything is fairly normal for the first moments of this game 2. Sorry, it is game 2. It is Shameless 1-0. And update the score. Apologies. And we'll just shade about, and the Oracle on the warp gate continue to come by for a moment or so, getting that into play. Nexus, gateway, warp gate, a bit of everything coming about. Hatchery and the drones building through. A couple queens coming up as well. Overlord and a couple queens coming through too. So again, just little bits of everything. Again, set up momentarily here. Let's just have ourselves the Gateway, the Twilight Council, all of that building about. So a lot of that coming through. Yeah, Gateway, Nexus, Twilight, all building online for the moment. The Lings just step over. The Oracle will turn the Lings away. Stork continue to poke through the Overlord, and the Overlord is going to go down in a moment or so. Just going to see the Twilight is going to be accompanied by the Forge eventually as well, so we'll see what comes out of that Twilight Council, but this could very well just be Blink once again. plus the 2 oracles, so really just looks very standard for now. And we can definitely mix it up if we want to. It's just a question of, do we want to? Does Shameless want to do something different here? Answer is no, we do not. It's just going to throw that blink into play. Couple gates and that forge all coming up, bringing a lot of that through. Just get that set to continue by then. The oracle's still being deflected on the other side. No drones lost this game is good from Yakov, so much better kind of defense, making sure to not let this kind of get away from him or anything early on, so doing a great job of that. That Rotron still coming up as well. We can bring this online as we go. Yeah, Flare, Rotron, etc. continue to come through just for a couple of moments. Things all gathering just on the ramp. Again, Rotron about to finish. The Hydra Den coming through. Hatchery still building. Drones and Lings on the way. +1 and Blink continue to come about here on the side of Shameless. So bringing a lot of that up. Temple Archives is going to be finishing very shortly as well. Those few probes also continue to produce on through. So a lot of them coming up and online. And that up and running Storm producing by as well. Storm, Blink, and +1 all coming about. Just going to be seeing the Hydras still producing through. That Bane Nest is coming up to finishing in a moment or so as well. The Lings still coming across the other side. The few Adepts join up right there, and the Overseer are going to take a moment or two. Some damage overall. So all that damage adding up. Again, Storm, Blink, and +1 all building. Got a couple of High Templar coming through as well. A lot of that continues into play for the moment. The Oracle just drops a little Revelation down over on that side, so again pushing forward. Melee upgrade, Baneling speed. Skill augments all continue to come about. The Stalk will shoot and the Ling will take some damage. It's going to go down already. The Evo Chamber will be finished very soon, so get that Evo Chamber completing again. Storm about to complete, +1 attack upgrade coming by. And again, a couple extra High Templars coming through as well, so bringing all those little bits and pieces up and online here still. As we do have the melee upgrade, the Bane speed, all of the stuff that's going to help you out big time for our Zerg player. As it does feel like we're setting up to kind of play that very aggressive kind of game, right? Just Ling, Bane, Hydra, 84 drones, go, 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 attack, 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 and just try and basically always be attacking and never giving your opponent the chance to rest, recover, or recuperate from any of the engagements. And oftentimes that brings you to a lot of success, so let's see if that's maybe on the cards here. Just have our few High Templars gathering around again. +1 missiles and melee on the way up at the same point, just for the moment. Continue to bring the rest of this through. Ready to run into this left-hand side. Bane's going to roll forward here. A couple of Zelds begin to go down. Storm coming into play as well. It's going to see the melee, the missiles will coming up, the Hydra's coming through, the Bane's coming over. Bane jumping forward already. The Archon's taking some damage. Good couple of Storms coming down. They hit a lot of the Banes, but some Banes on the right side really are the ones that managed to sneak on in there, so they're going to be able to do some much more damage than what we saw otherwise. That's definitely a little bit of a factor. Now the Hydras continue to go on after those Zealots, so looking for a little bit extra here as well. Just going to see the Hydras coming through. The Stalkers are going to be there, continuing to push through and jumping onto those Hydralisks, so getting quite a bit of damage done at the very end of this. Be able to clean this up and get this rounded out. +2, +1 on the way in. That charge upgrade coming by as well. Again, the +2 melee upgrade and that missiles building as we speak. So a lot of the extra little pieces of that coming through for the moment. We just regather this army over on the sides here. Take a couple of moments. But go, go, go. Lucky Den coming up. The Hive coming through. A lot of that coming straight into play currently is... Yeah, Lucky Den, Hive just going to be things that we can absolutely make use of deeper into this game. And +2 melee and the Overlord speed is producing through also, so bringing a lot of that into play just for now. Getting that up and running as the Immortal, Cannons, and company start up as well. We're seeing a shield upgrade from Shameless, who... The biggest issue right now for Shameless is definitely making sure you're prepped to play against the Lurkers, right? I kind of thought we were going to be a bit more aggressive with everything that we did here as Yakov, and I mean, we saw a couple of fights from him, but he was very quick to move away from Lingbane Hydra and just decide, hey, I'm going to go Lurkers instead. So Shameless needs to just make sure he's prepped for that. He's moving onto the map. I mean, maybe he just wants to take this forward base. 5th base gets very weird on Winter Madness, right? This is a very easy map to hold 4 bases on, but as soon as you start to go to 5, the entire game kind of twists a little bit, and it becomes a little bit more of an awkward situation all around to really kind of figure that out and to keep that going. So see what happens soon is just have, again, the Lings, the Banes, the Hydras, the Spire, all coming up. Adrenal Glands, look at then getting the Seismic Spines. All that continue to come through for the moment as Bane's getting caught in the stasis. Nice Storms. Can actually be good to get a bunch of kills as well, which is really nice because, you know, oftentimes the Storms come down and the Zerg just turns away from them. So you damage units, but you don't kill them, then they slowly regen. In this case, you do not get that regen off, so that's a major factor as well. Adrenal Glands, the additional Lurkers all coming up. The Spire is still on its way here. You see our Seismic Spine is going to finish very shortly. Plus 2 melee missiles as a part of this as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Lingbane Hydra continue to come through. Lings will come through, so a big Lingbane Hydra shove forward coming in right now. Start to get this going and pushing straight through for the moment. Not going to go anywhere just yet though, so it doesn't result in anything for the moment at least, as you just see now a couple storms coming down. That's where we actually do start to see a little bit of fight come from it as the Banes. Can they get to those probes? No, the cannons really do save them there, so that's going to be a major plus, because that absolutely looked dangerous as we saw. You lose all those probes and this becomes a much more complicated game just because, you know, you're losing a lot of economy. Probably doesn't overcomplicate it like right now, because let's be fair, we are on a lot of, you know, banked money here as Shameless at the moment, so it's not super crazy, but, you know, it's just something you'd like to avoid if you can avoid, and obviously you should be able to avoid that happening too, so for now, avoids it, and Winter Madness develops into, like I say, a bit of a later stage setup. Shameless looking to go 2-1 in this group. Yakov looking to start the day with a 1-0 beginning. Would be great for him with the Korean players left to play. Again, Creative versus Yakov, and then Creative versus GuMiho. GuMiho versus Yakov is our order of the day, so that's what's still coming up in the second half of this Group C. Today's competition, some Lurkers finding some shots off. Hydra's trying to fight through. Good Storm or two. I mean, Shameless' supply is going the wrong direction. A lot of the High Templar dying. The only High Templar that didn't die there was the one with full energy still, so that at least is a little bit of a saving grace. Otherwise, this has been disastrous, and these Lurkers are just not getting cleaned up at all, so they just continue to put in the damage, and they are just getting so much value out of each and every moment right now. Getting a lot out of this as we do see the Mothership Tempests all on the way as well. Get those High Templars coming up. Still got the rest of the upgrades coming through for Shameless as well. And a lot of that online. Lurkers in good positions. Ling's still chasing through. The couple of Zelds getting chased away. It's going to have now the Nexus still taking some damage. The Lings continue to push forward. Just going to be seeing the Archons, the Immortals, and the Tempest being pushed out of here as we continue to push on up. So these Immortals still taking some damage right now. Just going to see the Lurkers burrowing and a bunch of that army taking damage already. +3 missiles, +3 melee. Building from Yakov. I mean, he really took a good fight here previously, and he's continuing to reap the benefits of it, as he just keeps pushing for more and more. I was going to say, is there too much we push for here in the end? But I really don't think there is, to be honest. I think we're really in just a super cozy spot right now as the Zerg. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got Tempest on the way. We do have an answer coming up from Shameless, but there's going to be Corruptors on the way out from Yakov as a response to those two, so Yakov has put himself in a good position and now just needs to, you know, keep himself in a good position as he pushes into this base, looking to deny the fourth. You'll see the Lurkers going to be left to do a lot of the work here as the Hydra's pulled back, able to kind of let the Lurkers take some of the hits. That doesn't mean the Lurkers go down, but a lot of the Hydras remain. We get rid of a lot of the tech units. These Corruptors show up to fight that Mothership. I think it's just time that everything else leaves, though. Yakov still benefit from this fight, even if Shameless is the one pushing units away at the end of it. got 20 Zerglings on the way through. The Banelings continue to come up. The Hydra's still building lurkers as well. Tempest shots coming in. A couple of Zerglings getting hit. Just 2 air weapons on the way up right now. The Immortal Archon still building through. The Hydra's going to take another dive forward. It's going to see an Oracle there that's going to be immediately in some trouble as well. Big push up. Corruptors is going to be there. It's going to be seeing the Corruptors and the Lurkers continue by. Spine's building. And the Immortal's still building through. That Nexus is halfway done. I see the Lings coming to wrap around a couple of seconds, so again, just a nice run by again, a whole bunch of probes at the end of this, so 15 workers going down, big damage dealt. You can see a couple of spine crawlers there putting some work in as well, so they will continue to get some extra done right now. Seeing the Overseer going to drop down. The Nidus network, it's going to keep the pressure up. I like it a lot from Yakov. He really has just started to just put on the pressure and keep this pressure going basically at this point in time, so getting that on the way. As you see the Tempest continue to shoot, the Corruptor's taking some more damage. Just everything else continue to take a bunch of hits right there as you see the rest of this army coming straight through once more. Hydras and everything else still joined up for the moment. Just going to be seeing this army looking to get the surround. Shameless supply is not great, but army supplies are still similar enough. I mean, the problem right now for Yakov is he's trying to get through with the Hydras and he can't. The Storms continue to zone him. And it's not like his Lurkers are kind of in super high numbers right here anyway. He's going to lose this forward base. So he's going to have to give this part of it up. More Hydras, Lurkers, and Lings on the way. I think the thing is Yakov probably cleans it up eventually. He just has to give a bit of room to his opponent to kind of move forward first. Kind of frustrating though, you get reset down to 5 bases. That's the benefit though, of course, in this game. You have been, slowing your opponent down to 4 bases, so base count, you should be fine for now. You still have the 16 worker advantage, and with more lurkers coming out, I feel like there's less and less potential for kind of knocking down big lurker counts right here, because, don't get me wrong, the army still has a bunch of Immortals and Archons in it, but with enough lurkers, you just can't do enough quickly enough. You see, like here, the lurker's just going to do way too much, and there's no chip damage on these lurkers right now, right? No storm came down, although there are storms available, but also no storm coming down, but also no Tempest firing away in the sky any longer either. We killed all 7 of those. We killed the mothership, so we got rid of the air control, and having removed that really makes this higher lurker count now that much scarier, realistically. And it really is that much scarier as well. Like, it is significantly more tough to deal with at this point. As you see, a little bit of a shove on the right side, so a nice little group of units just splitting off, and maybe this is the way Shameless still sees success. Splitting a bit off here, splitting a bit off there. That's going to equalize the workers he just lost out on in the last few moments. As they just take a dive forward, they're going to go in after that Zealot Archon, the Mortal Force. Continuing to push through for as much as they can get, so just trying to chase and find, again, as much of that value as is possible. Mortal Archon gathering up, 16 drones in production. Zell's just going to swing through onto this hatchery. Hatchery taking some damage. The Lings are going to be there. Lurk is going to burrow up. It's going to see the Lings chasing through, and it's a surround. Now Lurk's on 2 sides, but then there's a surround on the surround. Archon's on the other side of those Lurkers. Oh my goodness, what a fight. It's actually going to be Shameless that wins this out, because a lot of the Lurkers on the bottom side of this are not able to really get involved at all. And obviously a lot of the units on the top side really just kind of got outnumbered, so Shameless actually wins a portion of that fight there, and that's going to be a bit of a success story for a few moments. Just see the Immortal Archon gathering. Again, Ling Hydra still building up, Hatchery on the way. Archons will get rid of the Hatchery on that upper right side, so again we take that away. Viper's coming through, the Lurker's coming up. Mortal and a few High Tempo still building as well. A couple Zerglings will go after the probes. Four Lurkers, and again, the 2 Vipers continue to just come straight by here, so Yakov into a better and better position, but it is awkward now because he loses that kind of forward base a little bit, and setup is just not as comfortable as it was. It's still not like Shameless is mining the whole ton or in an incredible spot or anything. Shameless army is pressuring the idea of coming forward, looking at the idea of maybe I can get through here and potentially try and make something happen, is what he's kind of asking. Blinker up there. Keeps building through. Hatchery coming up. Again, observe from the Nexus coming online. A couple of creep teamers being picked away at here as well. That Nexus on that right side coming down. So that 5th base coming through already. Just going to see a little storm onto the lurkers. Just going to pull back with those and take a moment or two to reposition momentarily as well. So let's actually just falls around on this hatchery, and that's just going to die. I mean, honestly, was not really expecting that to just kind of drop down dead, but yep, there goes a hatchery, one that we really need to be mining from, let's be real. So that's not exactly great. And these Archons, these Immortals continue to put some damage out, so a little bit more coming through, but seriously, this is, I mean, Shameless is losing a lot of army supply. Yakov is, I mean, Yakov's just giving him chances. I mean, this is obviously a nice run by. At the end of the day, I think Yakov's too far ahead, and he has too much supply at this point, and Shameless has to try and expand, but he can't really afford to defend the expand. But yeah, Yakov still with a couple of moments that definitely looked a little bit less than desirable, I suppose. As we continue through here, the next couple of moments, and get ourselves into kind of the closing points of game number 2, honestly. I'm looking to see what Shameless does. I mean, I guess you defend that base, you mine from it, and you try and build up from there, but by the time you get that up and operational, is there not just too much from Yakov? There's only 22 workers left in this game from Shameless, so you would kind of think that Yakov is probably en route to, like I say, just overwhelmed, but he's got to be careful with the army as well. Like this, Feelings giving themselves up just to try and get some High Templars. We're not in the economy to just rebuild, right? So forcing trade outs like this are actually extremely successful overall. Actually does a lot for you. The Archons continue to gather up a little bit as well. And Shameless is going to say GG. So Shameless is just trying to make something happen. He was afraid of the mining base of his opponent, so he types out after trying to fight there and it not going well. Great game from Yakov, because he was in some tough spots as well. Definitely didn't think this was kind of clean and obvious for Yakov the entire way through. He definitely had to take a few moments to kind of stop and reset and figure out how he was going to fight, and that air army was definitely an issue for a big part of this game for him as well. Going to our third map, Old Republic. Let's see if Yakov will take the series, or if it's going to be Shameless to come out with a victory. We have not got a Zerg in the playoffs yet, so we could be cheering on Yakov to get a good start in this group and to maybe possibly become that candidate of a Zerg in the playoffs, because right now it's 2 Protoss, 2 Terrans. Obviously, you're not guaranteed out here if you lose this as Shameless, but it's going to be tough. You have to rely on a tiebreak situation. You know, tiebreaker results are probably okay, but not the best they could be. Yakov's just going to ask for a minute before we start this one. Shameless is on a crazy run of series going to the Haste match, yeah. I looked up his match history before, and you're right, I think he did have a bunch of 1-2s. 1-2, 1-2, 2-1, 2-1. Yeah. He's going to a lot of game 3s lately. A lot of game 3s coming through. Alright, ready, go, go. Pretty quick, and we can kick this off and get this underway, my friends. So, let's do it. Old Republic, map number 3. Deciding game between Shameless and Yakov. We have Creator, GuMiho, and Yakov yet left after this to play against each other in a combination of games, so that will be coming through after this one as we get underway in this final map of this series, though. Big one that could dictate a lot of how this group ends up already, despite it being the early half of the action. In the top right, Shameless will be our blue Protoss player, and in the bottom left, our red Zerg will be the challenger Yakov as we get into game 3 of this Best of 3, like I say, deciding map right here. To get that up and running. Yeah, fun map, Old Republic. This one's definitely felt very macro-y lately and big, and it's also quite choky, so it makes a lot of these armies kind of difficult to kind of navigate around and navigate into. Especially thinking of like lurkers, but then also like colossus and so on. Or storms, I guess, is a bit more common for the matchup, but it's been kind of like, when you look at the maps they've played, kind of definitely maps that have encouraged kind of the more macro kind of elements of the matchup, so kind of see why. I think both of them have been pretty comfortable at different points in the later stages of the game too, so understandable for sure. Extract cybercore building. Spawning pool coming up next on the way. Take a couple moments here to just get everything fully set. Figure out exactly what it is that we are aiming at here and move this along. A couple lanes, the queens building up currently, so bringing a lot of that online just for the moment. One adept is going to come shading through. Again, the adept and the rest of this coming up for a few moments here. Get that underway. Stargate, the probes, the adept and the warp gate all building online. King Speed and the queen coming through too. Scan all of that coming by. So far, so good. Lings will get after that adept, and one Zergling already goes down. The adept now going to shade over to the sides, and we do pull the drones to try and help with the damage onto this. The adept takes a lot of damage, so as it gets out, kind of needed to get out, but only 2 Lings killed, so no drones lost. A little bit of lost mine time as he pulled the drones to obviously aid the defense, but that was about it. Yakov really added a new layer to his game. Wasn't he the one that always played Lair-Tech Hydra with 0 creep spread? I think that was Mio Micah. I think is probably who you're thinking of. I think you're thinking of Mio Micah. Mio Micah was also kind of a crazy aggressive player, though, to be fair. You don't... They were kind of around at the same time, but Mio Micah was more of like a WCS kind of regional player. So Yakov's been pretty established in the European scene, but has not made as much promise in like WCS Europe or so. Obviously, that's not easily done because Europe is such a competitive region. But yeah, I think you're thinking of Mio Micah. He used to be famous. Like every game would be like 2 base Hydras or 2 base Muta, and he just wouldn't spread creep. He's just like, you know, spreading creep is a waste of my own resources. I'm not good enough to spread creep, so I'm just gonna play without it. Basically like playing on hard mode, but he made it work. Like actually kind of ridiculous when you think about it, that it had any chance of working at all, honestly. Really wild. Twilight Council Forge and the Robo facility coming up. A few probes still producing through. Lair drones, Spore Crawler building for now, so we just get that all online. Man, those Chinese games on Saturday. Oh, I didn't even realize the brackets out. Cyril versus Hero, Clem versus Classic, Reyno versus Mara, and Cure versus Solar. Jesus. That's, that is a set of games. Holy. Yeah, I hadn't seen the bracket yet, so I didn't know what was, what exactly the games were going to be, but that's sick. That is definitely some StarCraft. definitely some StarCraft, Jesus. Only upgrade Lings, the Bane speed continue to come through as well, so we just got a lot of that underway for the moment, guys, as we have the Hydro Den coming up as well. They have a prize pool for that event yet, by the way? I'm genuinely curious what the numbers look like on it. $50,000 prize pool. It doesn't show the split. Interesting. Alright, just gonna be seeing the overload going down, playing cleanup a little bit here as we take a few moments, just having ourselves the, again, Archon, the Prism, the Charge, and so on, all continue to come up for the moment, so a lot of that coming online right now. As yeah, we get the melee upgrade, the Baneling speed, and the Groove Spines continue to come up as well, so a lot of that coming in. Oracle's obviously trying to get a little bit more done for the moment as well. Yeah, Archon the +1 attack upgrade coming through, the melee and the Bane speed coming up as well as part of this, so a lot of that coming online just for the moment as we continue to settle down and see which, just what exactly comes next. So Oracle's just going to drop a little revelation down, so again, keeping track of things. Melee upgrade, skill augments coming in as well. A lot of that just coming by as we speak here as the extra units warp in. Good chunk of units just at the front, no? Good chunk of units at the front, setting ourselves into position right now. Just going to be seeing the Zelda Archon coming over. Just going to be seeing, obviously, the couple of Banes. For the moment, at least, trying to back out of that until they can turn onto the Zealot specifically. Just trying to do our best on that. Just do have the Queen that continue to fire up a bit more damage, so a little bit extra still coming through for the moment. Wow, I love that they changed the schedule on the Chinese tournament to start even earlier. Oh my god, now it starts at 3 AM. God damn it. Before it started at like 4 AM. It's only half an hour difference. Two Banes getting caught in the stasis ward there. We are going to see the Archon's going to be set up. The couple of Zelds coming through. Continue to settle down for a few moments right now. So again, a lot of that getting in position and all the rest of it. The Ling's going to run up as well, so looking to also just come over for a few moments here. The Zealots are going to be there, the Ling Hydra pulling back. Just going to see the +2 attack upgrade, the Archon, Immortal, a couple of High Templars, all building into play. Plenty of Ling Bane Hydra coming up from Yakov as he does, he's going for this kind of aggressive push again, Ling Bane Hydra. He gave him up on this pretty quickly earlier when he played it, and then kind of moved into those lurkers, so wondering if he's going to be as committed to it this time, or if he's again going to just look for the switch to the lurkers kind of as soon as he can find them. And a couple of High Templar coming through, the couple of cannons are coming up, the battery coming by, Hydra Bane all continue to produce right now as the army pulls over that right side. Stasis catches a couple of the units right there, and as you are going to be seeing the Ling Bane Hydra pushing up. Those Archons will start to take some damage already. I'm just going to be seeing the couple of Archons continue to come through. The Ling Bane Hydra continue to come over then for a few moments then. Get this all settled and get that underway as this fight continues. Yakov looking good numbers-wise. There's not a lot of splash damage to deal with these Hydras, especially as reinforcements are showing up. A lot of these tech units going down. We need to get rid of that mole, man. One of the big issues here is that we've just been fighting in these cannons, by the way. So these cannons have done an absolute ton of damage. They've been able to get so much done. So that's kind of unfortunate, really. It's kind of a little bit unfortunate, but I guess that's part of what you have to consider when you're fighting as Yakov, and he really did just stand in those cannons and fight for a little bit, so a little bit of a shame there. Hydra Bane coming up, +2 missiles coming through. Next is coming up as well. It's just going to see the spines coming across. Everything else coming online. Just going to be seeing the again upgrades coming over. The spine crawler still building. Hydras will fly the Banes. Obviously, get rid of the Zealots quickly. Give the Hydras a chance. But right now, the Hydras are still surrounded by Zealots. Units from the bottom side are going to become important. But the Hydras that were at the top just melted away. I think Yakov needs a bit more of a consolidated effort where like the Hydras are a bit more clumped together. Because the thing is, realistically, Hydras can protect other Hydras, right? But having a few Hydras on their own and just a few Zealots getting on them, plus a little bit of Archon or Mortal damage, and those Hydras just disappear so fast. We've really got to be better about protecting those. We can't let them just be on their own. You see the hive coming up here from Yakov as Shameless is hanging on in there. He's doing what he needs to with this army, keeping himself alive, going and working. So keep that up, and brilliant. A couple of spine crawler shots will continue through for a couple of seconds, then a few more hits coming by. And Storm plus 3 attack coming through. There's a lot of probes going down, so it's a really nice little run by there. We do find some damage that pushes this into a good direction. Now the Hydras and the Bane's going to keep on rolling forward a little bit. The few Zealots are going to come charging over. Those Hydras are going to have to keep on eating themselves out of there to keep themselves safe as plus 3 and Storm all building up. We've got a few more units coming in. Lingbane Hydra all producing through. A lot of that continuing online for the moment as the Zealots, Immortals, and the rest of this continue to come across as well. Yeah, Storm and that plus 3 attack upgrade coming about. The High Templars coming in. Banes and Hydras producing through also. And we will just settle there. Again, the Adrenal Glands plus 2 melee. Overlord speed building up. 4 more Hydras in production currently. The Overseer on the way through. Plus 3 attack building, the Archon in production. Just going to see the Lurker then still building through. The Zergling's still producing by as well, so a lot of that's still coming up here. And a lot of that brought into position right now. Just going to be seeing the Hydra Bane coming across. A couple of shots coming through as that Zealot tries to chase into the Banes. The Archon chasing into this a little bit as well. Just trying to find as much as we can for the moment. And plus 2 melee, Adrenal Glands all continuing out. The Lurker Den continues to produce through for a few more moments as well, so get a lot of that going. Lingbane Hydra still joining for a few moments, and the Viper's in production as Yakov is going to feel the need to go into that later stage of the game. We'll see if he can take good enough trades against Shameless as he gets to this later stage of the game and heads into those Lurkers. A few of those things will just pressure up onto some rocks. Nothing too crazy just yet. Settle down for a moment or two. Again, Adrenal Glands, the Viper's all producing by. The Archons are going to join up with everything else there as well. Flings, Banes, Hydras, again, still just pushing through for a moment or so. It's just coming straight across with that. It's going to be seeing that little bit of Lingbane going to be there. This big push continues through from Shameless as well, so he continues across here. And is going to just slam himself into this forward base. Now, Yakov is counterattacking with a bunch of units, so he's not really ready for a bigger fight. I mean, he can probably just get away with giving up that base, which he has done. And he might just be okay with this overall. We see the Ling going to go after the Zealot there for a couple seconds. Yeah, nothing really overly crazy, to be honest, as the rest of this army regathers itself and see where we go to. The Hydras, the Lurkers all coming about. We are going to see the Spines and the Lurkers all gathering together. I was just walking back into this. The Lurkers able to do some good damage. Archons and Mortals trying to fight through as well. We do see this army is going to be able to knock down this bottom side hatchery, killing 20 drones. Yakov's attack on the top side of the map needs to get some work done. He's taking a lot of damage, and a lot of it is because he just doesn't have the numbers to fight, and a lot of that is because he's got units over here ready to harass. 4 Archons walking in, probably actually just put a stop to that attack, so get some probes while we can, if we can. I mean, we already see Yakov on the minimap is pulling away from that position, so right now, Yakov is just being bullied, his base is being killed, and he's not coming in with any sort of a response to this just yet. unable to get anything going at all so far. Look at Dan. He's producing those few lurkers through, so at least we are hitting some of that additional tech for Yakov. Like I said, the lurk is obviously something which could definitely make an impact deeper into this game still, so definitely a possibility there. Pushing through. Zealot, Archon, Immortal, pushing straight over. High Templar's going to be there. A couple of Archons going to be nearby. Lurkers and Hydras going to press themselves onto this Nexus. So that Nexus taking some big damage. Game +3 missiles and +3 melee continue to come up. The Vipers overhead continue to retreat away for a few moments as well. Just going to be seeing the Archons and the Zealots continue to push through. Lurkers are going to be able to clean up a lot of this. Well, that was great for Yakov, to be honest. And obviously this is becoming a bit of a base trade, though. Vipers getting out alive, that's very important. Keeping those up, I think, is going to be a major factor here. Having those available just mean with the main army. I don't like for Yakov is a lot of his supplies currently in the production tabs, and as that spawns, that probably just dies unless it's on the external bases, which is not exactly a guarantee or anything just yet. Lurkers and everything else continue to come around here. Just going to be seeing 50 probes dead, 25 drones. Army supply is similar at the moment. I guess my next concern is kind of the fact that we're in a little bit of a weird place, I suppose. As we're in a little bit of a weird place here is Shameless in terms of if he attacks in, he's attacking into Lurkers. And Lurkers are going to love it when you attack into them. So it could be an issue. All these drones that were pulled away, they get taken out. Yakov, I think, is realizing here that Shameless is kind of coming for him, so he's trying to get into a more choked area, aka up the ramp if possible. So he's just trying to run out over there, kills this Nexus. He's still set up at home. I love that he's building a Nidus network. That's amazing, because that's going to give him the chance to potentially make a bit of a difference here, so that could be huge. There's the Hydras coming around. Just going to be seeing the Hydras going in after the Stargate for a couple of moments. Well, we actually recall a bit up into the main to just try and get this going, but yeah, this is disastrous for Shameless. He cannot attack into this in the slightest, and as you see, this is all going wrong. As those Hydras keep on being aggressive, the rest are continuing through. This really is just looking as though we are going to have ourselves Yakov taking the win. Big win for Yakov, gets to start the group 1-0. Shameless will end this group 1-2. And we'll have some more Yakov coming up straight away here, so we get an immediate look to see what else is going to be coming from him, and a little bit more of an idea of just how he's going to be looking in this group in general in the next couple of moments here as we get this ready to go into a Yakov, versus a Yakov versus Creator game or series in a few moments' time. So Yakov versus Creator coming up next, so I'm going to get everyone back onto NA. Gonna have to server hop a bit here, guys. It's gonna be Yakov Creator, Creator GuMiho, and then GuMiho Yakov. So a little bit of ping pong between servers, but that's all good. As we'll get that ready to rumble in just a moment or so. All right, kicking this off, getting this going in a couple of seconds, guys. All right. Cool. Get these videos started, guys. Yakov will have no server preference in the first one, but he'll get server preference against GuMiho later. Is how it's going to work for him. So, how that goes. Get this ready to begin, guys. All right, throw some ads up as well, and we'll kick this off. Okay, Citadel being vetoed, so we are beginning the process, guys. Not going to be too far from kicking this into play. Bum 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 bum. Is Yakov really young? 21. Yeah. Tied up. Celestial, Mothership, Tourmaline, vetoed so far. 10,000 feet as well. Will Yakov change name when he gets older? Yes. He'll become Young Bob. Because everyone knows that once you evolve from being Yakov, you become a Bob. I don't really understand it, but that's just the way it is. Alright guys, we're a map veto away and a map pick away from getting this hosted up, so we'll get this in a moment. Get this action started. Yakov, like I said, being Shameless is big. It really sets him in a good place in this group, puts him in a good position to kind of work forward from. Our remaining matches, like I said before, but I'll just go through it in order that we'll see them. Creator versus Yakov, Creator versus GuMiho, and GuMiho versus Yakov coming up. Ruby Rock, our last veto. Bum, 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 bum. Waiting for the map picks. It's either Old Republic, Winter Madness, or White Rabbit. Old Republic, Winter Madness, White Rabbit. Winter Madness is going to be map 1. Winter Madness, then Old Republic, and then White Rabbit for free. I'll just write that down so we don't forget it. Get ready to kick this off. You joining us, guys. Again, thanks for being here as we get ready to resume. Waiting for everyone to join our lobby, aka Yakov. Everyone else is here, so just wait for Yakov, our last man. What do the players ever fight you? In what regard? I don't think a player's ever fought me, no. What would they fight me about? Like what stuff they want in a tournament? I mean... like what would they fight me about though? Sure, if they just want something, they just ask me. It's nothing to fight over. A few players asked me once about the seating for the Monday Cups and we changed it. Sometimes the players ask me about the server preference for certain events. And we fix it to be a bit fairer or a bit more kind of like rotating instead of just predeterminedly set. So, but I don't think anyone ever has to fight me, you know. What do you must pay us double the prize money? Yeah, I pay them as much prize money as they want. They just have to keep playing more tournaments. They could actually win just an endless amount of money off me. They just have to keep playing and keep winning, and they'll never stop coming. You know, it's smart when you think about it like that. Yakov in the upper left-hand side. Creator in the bottom right-hand side. As we get game number 1 of this best of 3 on the way up. So Creator 1-0, Yakov 1-0. These are the two players that beat Shameless. So the winner of this is going to be in a very good place to move through this group. Sometimes players complain because I put them in a group with too many Protoss players. This is like one of the only things that happens. There are a few players who are very vocal anytime they get a group with like 2 Protoss in, like, really? I'm like, mate, every group has 2 Protoss in. Like, what do you want me to do? They're still not happy. That is maybe the one thing that people genuinely complain about to me, or would fight me about. Making them play versus Protoss. And I'm not even memeing, like, this is probably the one thing I can think of that people are most upset about. Pulling this probe a couple of moments early as we move through and get set up. And Nexus Cybercore all building by. Just get this on the way for a couple of moments and see where things are going to go over the next little while. Continue to just get this moving for now, but yeah, pretty peaceful at the moment as well as we settle in. Queens and a couple of Lings coming about, that Ling speed coming through, the drones are going to be build on by for a few moments as well, so just got a lot of that on the way currently. Nexus and the Stargate will build, Warp Gate continues up for the moment too. Probe just pulling back down the bottom, Depth moving across the map, and take some moments. Honestly, players very rarely complain about my events, and I like to think that that's because they, I like to think that's because I just run my events with the players in mind in the first place. I don't think I've ever done anything that's very, like, anti-player, you know? I try and stay away from egregious scheduling and so on, and all of this and that. So yeah, I really don't think I do much to annoy them, to be honest. Ling's gonna run through. They're gonna go on a depth there for a moment or so, looking to dive on forward, and they actually are gonna get one of these. The other one will shade away. So Yakov with a little grab early. Again, drones, Queen coming through. Just have the Nexus, the probes, the Oracle, and the Wolf Gate all continue to come about. The feelings there just continue to fight for a few moments and actually trying to come back in for a little bit more action, but not going to succeed on that just yet. Nexus, Gateway, probes, Oracle, Wolf Gate. Again, a little bits of everything coming through for now. Getting this on the way. Bringing this up. Things around the left-hand side, just settle down over there for a few moments. Again, moving through, figuring out where we're going, seeing where things are going to go. And these early stages, just going to see the few Lings moving back across. Again, the Nexus and the Oracle coming up, Twilight Counts in the Forge, building as we speak. Getting a lot of that underway. And the Lings is going to get turned away for a few more moments as well. So it's going to get those pushed out in the other direction for now. Going to fight, Adepts will take some damage, and a couple drones still coming through. The rest of this still settling together as well, though. Just for now. 11 more drones in production from Yakov. And the Twilight and the Forge about to tell us where the rest of this game is going from Creator. Are we just seeing Blink, or are we seeing something a little bit crazier? We're just seeing Blink. Cool. So in that regard, that's obviously pretty darn normal as well. Really nothing too crazy there at the end of this. Pretty standard stuff for now. Things get surround on that Adept again for just a couple of moments, though. Nothing really coming of it. And again, Rotor and Evo Chamber hatching the lair. All continue to build through. Drones and the Overlord are building as well. Extractors continuing by. Lings continue to escape away just for now. Pulling out of there and getting things reset a little bit. +1 Blink coming through. Those gateways coming up. A lot of that coming online for the next few moments. And we're getting some drone kills. That is adding up against Yakov a little bit, but He's on a decent drone count anyway, so like, you know, obviously it's not fun to lose drones, but it's also 6 minutes in the game. It's less impactful than if it was super early. So yeah, it's just something we're tracking, but not immediately overly upset about. Infestation pit is coming up, by the way, so again, the infestation pit being brought through, that's going to be a factor here, as the roaches, the missiles, and the roach speed will be building by for a little bit as well. The Oracle's going to set up a couple more stage swords and press forward. The Stalker's able to get there, in away the Zergling already, so good damage done on that, and now the Stalker's hitting this hatchery. A couple queens, the Lings and the roaches still coming through. The Stalkers are going to be right there to, again, deal with this, and to push it back a little bit already. Storm in the charge, continuing to build by, and again, the +1 attack upgrade coming up at the moment as well here on the side of Creator. The Stalkers still pulling back away from those couple of corrosive vials, and Yakov just trying to get as many units as he can here to help push these Stalkers away. And it's a tricky little scenario because you've got to deal with the fact that your opponent is going to be on these Stalkers, and these Stalkers are very good at kind of staying out of trouble a lot of the time because of their blink. That keeps them very healthy, it keeps them very safe a lot of the time, right? So you got to try and find ways to push them back without losing too much against someone that's able to pretty much minimize you from really gaining very much as well. It's not the easiest of things to figure out. That's why playing against these Stalkers is so tough, and so often the Stalkers just kind of rampage into a straight-up winning position early because you can't really get a control or stop them. Look, then already coming through from Yakov, so nice and quick, didn't go into any real aggression of his own during this, just playing the defense into the Lurker Den and looking to play from there. He's obviously seen success with the Lurkers today against Shameless, but not mean it's necessarily just going to straight up work here against Creator. But the fact he's going straight into them without doing anything before kind of has me intrigued, because that means he's just going to go straight there, but then Creator's also able to go straight to whatever he wants to go to. He's got no pressure kind of holding him back or keeping him away in this game at all, so I just wonder if that's maybe a problem in the grand scheme of things. +2 in charge coming up. The Robo Facility and Fleet Beacon continue to build by. Stalks will step up. Queen goes down already. Second Queen goes down. Just going to grab those right off the bat. Again, Robo Facility coming online. The Stargate and the Fleet Beacon continue to come up as well. You see Lings, Hydras, Lurkers all continue to build in. That's a lot more Lings coming through for the moment. Stalkers coming around here. Just going to be seeing another ship still building up. A +2 attack upgrade as well. So Ukraine's kind of heading into the late stage of this game. Nice storm on that ramp is going to hit a lot of the Roach Ravagers, trying to kind of shove down alongside the Lurkers here. Just going to try and soften things up at any moment that we get the chance to. These Lurkers now pushing through otherwise though, and it's going to be seeing a little bit of a shove forward. The cannon and the battery going to start taking some damage initially. Another storm coming down. I mean, we're running out of high template energy, which if these Lurkers are able to kind of stand strong in position, that would be great. One more storm definitely helping there, but I think that is us out of storms for now. There's one high template that's going to get back to storm soon. The Oracles, though, say, hey, no anti-air. So they're just going to claim a bunch of these Lurkers as their own, knocking a bunch of them down super quickly and easily, and that's going to be a painful experience for Yakov, who keeps the pressure up and will break down this base, but is he able to do much else from there? Honestly, right now, it seems like the answer to that is probably going to be no. Probably not going to do much else from that kind of a position. So, we get rid of the base. Kind of, like I say, it costs us a lot. It costs us quite a few Lurkers. And we did kill a few units in return as well. What's the resources lost looking like? 6.4 to 3.9. And Yakov is mining comfortably, so for now at least that's kind of okay. See the Hydras and the Roach are still pushing through. The couple Stalkers getting jumped on those High Templars. Pulling back as well. The Tempest continue to gather up into the center of the map, so everything joining in here. And readying to make a move sometime soon as 3 more Tempests continue out. The probe still building, the assimilator coming online as well. Vipers, Spire, Lurkers, and all the little bits and pieces here and there continuing up for the moment. That melee upgrade still very much on the way as well. Hatchery in that top right hand side continue to come online. And yeah, the couple of Tempests will continue to shoot. Lings are going to push back. Hydras and the Lurkers continue to shove away as well. So again, trying to do as much as possible with all of this. And again, the storms are great. Yakov needs to be careful. He kind of keeps running through them and running back through them again, right? So kind of need to be a little bit more careful about the storms overall. But I do feel like they're getting some very effective trades. It's a little bit of Roach Hydra is actually going to put a lot of work in as well, so that's going to be some success. We're going to be seeing them getting rid of some of the stack defense as well, so it just softens up this base for the future. There is all at the same time a prism into the main base of Yakov, so Yakov has a prism in the main. It's going to be a bunch of drones going down, but we actually get rid of the prism, which is huge, because obviously that does mean we are going to see no more harassment continuing, so that's actually kind of a big deal. Good defense from Yakov in the end. Kind of like it. I like where it's ending up, more or less. I like it a lot, actually. Alright, melee upgrade finishing soon. +3 missiles, starting, Hydras, Lings, all building for now. Knight's network coming up as well. Just going to be seeing the hatchery on the top right side is going to complete right now. And again, the Void Ray and the +3 attack upgrade building through. The Tempest overhead as a couple of lurkers get some shots off. We will see the Overseer still going to be there to try and help out as well. A couple more shots coming in. The Pylons going to take some damage, and the rest of this army down the bottom left-hand side going to hit this base. Nexus already going down. The Vipers going to get an Abduct for 1, Abduct for 2. Double Storm comes down, but doesn't do much just yet. A couple of Archons. The High Templar pulling back once again. Maybe that Nidus network going down as well here. It's just getting that picked off. And all these upgrades continuing through. Archons and the Void Ray coming up. +3 attack upgrade building as well. So that comes into play here. Coming into the center of the map. And we move around here for a little bit, see what we can do. Just another storm coming out. It's a little bit of a warning shot, honestly, it feels like, toward that army at the moment. I fear for Yakov that he's up against kind of like a higher tech army than he wants to be at the moment, right? Like, there's just so many Tempests available right here. The Lurkers don't even really create a thing twice. He just attacks into them because there just wasn't that many. I mean, we're only down, and now we're down to 1 Lurker in the game. I get it, we're building Corruptors, but we need something on the ground that's still going to stand up for you, right? Like, if you don't have anything on the ground here, like, how do we think this is really going to end? Like, surely that you don't think this is going to end in your favor. If that's how it's getting, you know, set up in the first place. Don't love that part of it from Yakov. That creator is basically like Yakov is building a lot of Corruptors, but like I say, what is going to be the win on the ground for Yakov against what is currently 5 Immortals, 9 Archons, 3 High Templars, and a few Zealots as well, plus, you know, instant reinforcements. I just don't think Yakov's ground army does it. So what, do we get a Greater Spire ready and we just start to look to play, you know, Broodlords on the follow-up of clearing out the air army? Gonna go into an Ultra Cavern, so that's something. These Corruptors are diving through, and to be fair, these Lings are lasting longer than I thought, but it's not going to take too long until we eventually get to the point where we do just kind of get forced back there, and that's kind of what happens. These Corruptors are going to take another chance to come through. We knocked down a lot of the anti-air. The Lurkers put some work in at the end, but the anti-air gone. The Corruptors obviously get to stick around a little longer and put some more work in too. Yakov is going to go into the rebuild of Ling Hydra. I don't hate it. I feel like this fight convinced me he might be able to make it happen still. I still think he just needs a few more Lurkers. Like, I feel like the army in the front is going to die, but we need to get the Lurkers to be in a position where I feel like we need the Lurkers to be able to do enough that we can basically say, cool, Lurkers are going to come through and the Lurkers are going to be able to, like, hold their own as kind of a backline, but we just don't have enough of them to do that, and Creator is clearly feeling that as well. Hence the push forward, hence the commitment to just say, let's do this, let's send this, and I ain't stopping. And nor should he. He's, you know, things are looking good for him, but there was a couple of Lurkers on the other side, and probes are going down. But Yakov must defend this attack to realistically be in any sort of a reasonable position coming out of this. So, yeah, I'm not sold on that aspect of this right now. As these Archons come through, just going to see them moving over, trying to see what's up. A couple of storms still coming down. The Archons getting hit. Probes and drones just dropping across the board. I mean, it's just about clearing up this army, but Yakov doesn't have a way to clean up this army still. And I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the resolution of this game, is that Yakov just can't kill that main force. The harassment on the other side of the map is good. We're getting a lot done with it. I just don't see us doing enough at the end of the day. That hive is going to go down. I just don't see us doing enough. 16 Lings coming through. It's going to be seeing the army into the main base. Continue to push in for a couple moments. Ling Hydra still producing over and set up over here. So the extra Hydra's coming up. Just going to be seeing the army still in the main, clearing out as well. Yakov just has... Like, I really want to believe, I really do. I want to see the way, I want to see the direction that this works in, or how we twist this into our favor as Yakov, but the supply just is not there. And the money in the bank is not there. He's going to build 4 Ultras. I think they're nice to have, I just don't think they change the outcome. Look at the unit count, right? 13 Hydras, 3 Lurkers. And gains 7 Immortals, 4 Archons, the 10 Zealots are not nothing. And then you've got the Air Army still of 3 Tempests and 2 Voids and a Mothership. And a few High Templar as well. So, as much as I want to be excited, my excitement is unfortunately dying for this first game because I just don't think Yakov has enough to truly take us anywhere else. I think this one is looking to be GG'd. And Creator has like no workers left, that's why Yakov is in this to any extent. And Yakov is obviously going to try to base trade. Okay, is there a world we can win a base trade and just eliminate all structures? Is that something we could actually get away with here? It's genuinely... Oh, there's one across the map. He forces the recall of the army. I mean, okay, so Yakov's playing to what he has left, which is, you know, to basically kind of run around and just try and force his opponent, probably more so into a mistake than anything else still at this stage. Result to chase. The Hydra's going to lunge forward a little bit, trying to get away. A couple Lurkers get burrowed. There's observers available, so Lurkers are not indestructible or anything. And yeah, 43 army supply left. The army of Yakov is being hunted down, and I fear for its life as Predator finds it, catches it, and he is going to spare no prisoner. Clearing up on this one. That is going to be GG's, and Predator takes game number 1 of this best of 3. Pretty exciting game, though. Definitely came down to a little bit of the wire at the end, so came through towards the end there and got a little exciting. As we're going to wrap that one up. Thank you, Growlung, for the 23-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so very much indeed. Creator needs a moment or two to go to the bathroom, so we'll give him a second as we get hosted on Old Republic here for Game 2. As, this is going to be, at least for Yakov's point of view, his server preference. So that's a benefit. Azure, what's up, Soulman? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting and thank you for resubscribing. Thanks for keeping it going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep those subs coming, guys. You got those Primes available. They help to support the StarCraft too. Really appreciate it. Helps us do so much more. We're on track for one of our best Januaries of all time in terms of revenue on the stream, which is amazing because it means that we can, again, just continue to crank out events. Usually we slow down at the start of the year a little bit because ad revenue's not as good and this and that, and so it's just a little bit rough. So we generally tend to slow down and not run as much, but right now we are full steam ahead, sails blown with the wind behind them because yeah, we have that much support coming through lately. So a good game, right? Like this was not a bad effort from Yakov, just yeah, maybe something to look at here as we get ready for a Game 2 in a couple of moments. In we go on Old Republic for our second map here. Creator leads by a game. We'll head into this Game 2 with Yakov looking to contest. This is right now setting up to be a fun ending of this group. Yakov has a slight... Oh, yeah, I mean, we'll talk about it later. I don't want to talk about it just yet in terms of the tiebreakers because we're getting way too ahead of ourselves. So we'll hold that thought for now. As you do have in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player. This is Creator, and he takes the first map in pretty exciting fashion against Yakov, the red Zerg in the upper right side. And I do feel like this group is really living up to what I expected it to be. Kind of a very close group, a lot of players that can beat each other. And even if we maybe have a couple more accomplished and kind of maybe favorite players, it isn't going to be easy or a walk in the park for them in the slightest, right? Like, you know, I mean, Creator's a name, you know, GuMiho's a name, they're household names in StarCraft too. And then Yakov and Shameless are these kind of much more up-and-coming players, but we know they're good enough to challenge, and today they have been bringing that challenge as well. So it's been great to see so far. And we'll see if it keeps up going into this next map, which is Old Republic, Game 2 of the series. So just again, take a moment to say, guys, I just want to point out again the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Just want to take a second to say again that basically everything we run on the channel is funded by your support. All of these tournaments and their prize pools come from you guys watching, watching ads, subscribing, and so on. But the main foundation, what we build up off of each month, is the Patreon page, where if you pledge anything on Patreon, 100% of it goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So it's an amazing way to support the channel, because basically we get to run more StarCraft if we have more money to put into prize money, and then we get to cast more games, and it's just a really good kind of circle of success from there, right? One thing feeds into the next, and we just, it's just good. So if you do enjoy the stream, if you're enjoying the content, and you like the tournaments and want to support, especially the players, check out patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, 100% of any pledge goes directly into players' pockets, so make sure you check that out. As you have Probes and the Zealots here against this Rockseed Hatchery. So Yakov going to try and turn this game a little bit early on, just push this a little bit more into his own favor. So that's a lag spike. Not sure if that was me or someone else. My ping is 106, so I'm going to go and guess that that probably was not me. And hopefully that was just a one-off spike. Might have even been one of the players, to be fair. Playing NA, everyone's connecting from all over the place, so there's a good chance that could have been anyone, but we come out and continue through, so we'll get back on track. Queen's coming up. Links be coming through. Take a couple of moments here to get settled down. Zealot and the Adept is going to come in. Just going to see this hatchery taking some damage already, so a few shots coming through to start us off. And we are going to be seeing the Lings, that Ling speed coming up as well, so a lot of that coming straight over just for the moment. And start getting the Nexus, building by, and the extra Lings coming up from Yakov, so making sure he has the units to deal with these units that his opponent made already. Trying to handle that with as much confidence as he can. And Void Gateway and that Warp Gate all continue to build as well, so just a lot of that coming through here. The Depths will chase, the Queen will throw some injects down. The Depths will not move in aggressively though, so I'm just going to hold back for now as we reset for a little bit of time. And that Ling speed coming about, the Queen on the way, the few drones and the Overlord building through as well. Got a lot of that coming up right now. And the Overlords continue to produce through Gateway, Nexus, the Probes and the Oracle and the Warp Gate all continue to come by as well here, so a lot of that just coming up for the moment. Zerglings coming through, going to aim at that Nexus, looking to get a catch for a couple of moments. The Adepts are going to fire back onto said Zerglings as well. Spellcrawler finish and Extractor comes down to that right side. We will see the Queen's going to be there to push the Void Ray back a little bit as well. It's just going to shove that back up toward the top for a couple of moments. And that Rotron halfway done. The last still building through. Drones and the Queen all coming online for a couple of moments as well. So we bring a lot of that up and into play just for now. And Oracle, the Probes, and the Gateways continue to come about. There's a lot of this online. The Zerglings are going to gather. That Rotron is going to be right there as well, so continue to get that on the go for the moment. The Zealots are going to swing through the Zergling already. And again, +1 and Blink continue to come through. The Oracle currently halfway done. Probes and the Gateways coming up as well right now. And yeah, the few Zerglings are going to come across and go in after the Adepts. Adepts going to begin to take the shots of damage, but we lose a few Zerglings as well, so everyone kind of, taking some shots here, taking some trade outs over the next moment or two. And we start to settle it down a little bit. Again, blinking +1, all building by. Let's get set up for a few moments. See where we're going to take things. Hydrogen and the Baleen Nest from Yakov. He went for the missile upgrade early, so not a melee upgrade. But heading into that missile upgrade and seeing where we can go from there. The Rodre and the Oracle combined to get rid of the hatchery. It will go down. A couple of queens going to stick around as well. Extra lings coming up. The Overlord coming through. +1 missiles, Baleen speed and muscular augments. A lot of that coming online as well here. The additional Hydras coming online as well, so we bring a lot of that through just for the moment. And +1 in blink coming about. The Stalker's coming by. We do have the Observer coming up as well, as our Stalkers and the Oracles will step forward here. The Queen already in some trouble. And that's going to go down pretty quickly. Now this hatchery going to be taking some damage as well. The Lings and the Roaches gather back over on that right side. Can we save this hatchery? It's low. I feel like the answer is... I want to say no, but like a couple more units keep showing up, and then I kind of believe... Yakov has to press back away a little bit too much there, so the answer is no. I wanted to say no, like I say. I was just like, a few units showing up, I was like, well, maybe. I was clinging on to some hope. The probes have to pull away against some Banelings. But without Baneling speed, they're not that effective, and we see them going down before they're really able to connect in on anything at all, so... Not even much to kind of come through on that one. Let's just have the Hydra Link still building by. +1 missiles, Groove Spines. Those extra Hydras coming up as well. The rest of the Lings is going to get aggressive again here. Again, Robo Bay, Robo Facility, and Company all coming up. The Immortal Charge and the +2 attack going to be a part of this also. I'm just going to be seeing the few Lings caught in the Stasis Ward as creator, trying to keep pressure up on the map and just keep his opponent busy in those early stages. Well, a few Hydras still coming through, the drone's still producing by. Just got a lot of that on the way up for the moment to get this, or look to get this resolved. Let's get down to the bottom, and they're going to be a good annoyance as well, so they're able to get in to do some good damage to Lings. Run through one more time. He is just going to get a little bit extra out of this, and again, Colossus the Colossus the Disruptor, a couple of Stalkers and the Charge, and so all continue to come by as well. As the +2 attack upgrade continues to build into play. The extended thermal lance coming out alongside that as well. For now, as we get this all set up. Hydra's getting caught in that Stasis Ward as well, by the way, as the Lurker Den and the Hive need to come by. So again, just getting a lot of that into play already. Yeah, Thermal Lance, Disruptor on the way, +2 attack upgrade a part of this. Just a lot of tech from Creator. I guess notable that he is playing Colossus and Disruptors rather than Storm, so that might be something that gets kind of interesting here. Yeah, that might be something that becomes kind of an intrigue, so keep our eyes on that. Again, the couple Colossus still coming through. Again, the Thermal Lance, the +2 attack, and that Temple Archives continue to build out for the moment. Again, Hive building, the extra Lurk is coming through, so again, we get this on the way just for the moment. Getting this set up right there. Stalkers and the Colossus able to get rid of a couple of those Zerglings already, so again, we're able to get some work done right away, put some damage out. And that +2 missile upgrade is still building through. The size expands coming up, the Viper's building. 11 drones producing, as we do have the score. It's going to settle down at the front. Yakov going to be close to maxing out, has himself on the way to all of the tech. I mean, Vipers against the Disruptors and Colossus is going to be a good answer, so we'll see if that's going to be enough. We'll see if we can get some of the moves we would like to make, basically, here in the next few moments. See what that starts to look like as we just have the extra Lurkers coming through, seismic signs and +3 missiles coming up as well. Continue to move forward there for a couple of seconds as well. Five Zealots coming in, the Immortal and the +3 attack upgrade coming up as well. Again, a lot of that continuing through for the moment. So we've seen the Link Hydra Roach continues to settle in for a little bit of time. All those lurkers going to burrow. And again, the Nidus network and the Hydra's coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Storm, the +3 attack upgrade coming about. The cannon production on the way as well. We just continue to get stacked defense going as Creator pushes into the top side. We're seeing the lurkers able to burrow. This is where we get some abducts off though. And we abduct in Colossus. 2 Colossus and an Immortal. And we kill one of the Colossus. The problem was the position we abducted in was just a little bit awkward, right? It was a little bit of a weird place, and the lurkers were not fully burrowed. Not all of them would have been able to shoot at that Colossus as it got abducted in, so it wasn't an insta-kill. Losing 10 drones currently is Yakov, as he does reset himself, though, and we look to get back on track in the next moment or two. Still just going to get there. A couple of Lings will go down. Again, Adrenal Glands, +3 missiles, Spire in the Lings. Will continue to produce just for the moment here. The Lings and the Hydra's going to get underneath. The Prism going to go down already. Now the rest of the Stalker, Archon, Colossus, Disruptor Force continue to press on into the front. But you see the rest of these Lurkers going to get burrowed up. And I was going to say, maybe abduct the Disruptors to cancel their shots. We're going to abduct them and we're going to kill them off. The shots didn't do much. Now we abduct this Colossus as well. Creator's supply is plummeting, because he has no real way of keeping units alive right now. Is going to be pretty much the big issue that he faces. He has no way to keep stuff alive, kicking, and whatever else at this point. So, yeah, pretty grim in that regard. Definitely not looking ideal. We do see the Lurkers, the Adrenal Glands, the +3 missiles, still all very much so on its way through here for the moment. It's going to be seeing the Colossus firing some shots off, and again, Adrenal Glands, +3 missiles, extra Lurkers building into play as we speak. Yakov across the map, trying to put some more pressure in. Does he have Vipers left? He still has 2 of them. Because Abducts really are just a way for him to kill a bunch of this army. There are the Vipers showing up now. What does he want to do? The Tempest Lovers can shoot from afar as well. The Abduct in, the Immortal and the... the Colossus and the Archon. And again, the Lurkers are kind of holding their own at the moment. So Yakov is putting up a pretty darn good fight for himself. Going to continue to push down toward the south side here, and Yakov going to put some pressure onto those Stalkers. A few more shots coming about. We continue to chase away. Obviously, Creator trying to create a situation here where he can find himself a comfortable defense in amongst all this, but fair to say that that's not exactly easily found, especially just the threat of everything his opponent has is going a long way at the moment. Lurker's going to burrow, just going to be seeing everything else coming by. You know, the Storm coming through, Stalkers and everything continuing to come about as well for a few moments. We are going to be seeing the Nexus still taking some damage, so a few more shots going about. Just going to see the Tempest still firing through. The Hydra's going to shoot here. The Nexus is about to go down. The Tempest still being killed. I'm just going to be seeing the Viper is going to be there to Blinding Cloud the Immortals. The Lurkers keep shooting. The Hydras are going to go after the Void Ray, and Yakov is going to have enough to push on in and take the win. I mean, I think that's a game that's lost on the lack of Storm. If you have Storm here, it feels like that army of Yakov struggles so much more to do what it needs to. But against like Colossus and Disruptors, when you have those Vipers, you just have such a solid answer to what your opponent is trying to do. Our third map will be White Rabbit, by the way, as we'll get into game 3. This has been a great group, though. I mean, this continues to be just kind of back and forth and action-packed, and it's been a great group so far. These guys giving us some great games. Like I said, I know it's maybe not got the, you know, the previous groups had like the heroes and the classics and so on of the world, and maybe the bigger names, but like this group has given us some great games, some competitive games. It has been very, very fun so far. Alright, just waiting for Creator. He joins us, and we jump into game number 3. Creator readies up immediately. Waiting for Yakov to ready us up as well. We can go into game 3 of this series. Oh, Yakov just needs a moment. Cool. Cool. Bum ba da dum, bum ba da dum, bum ba da dum. Boom, 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 boom. soon as Yakov's ready, guys, you can jump into this game 3. Oh, just getting there. Hopefully a few moments kick this off and get go going. Yakov ready. Let's do this. Game 3, White Rabbit. Let's get into our next game. Again, after this, Creative versus GuMiho. If Yakov wins this, he's got 2 wins in the group, and then he's in an amazing place. Kind of crazy. One and one, tied up here as we head to game 3. It is going to be in the top right corner of the map. Our Blue Protoss player here on White Rabbit. This is Creator. Up against the Red Zerg in the bottom left, we have young Yakov. Alright then, so, the deciding game. Probe already coming across the map here from Creators, just bringing that straight over for a couple seconds, and that to the other side to begin with. Yeah, that probe just moving down for a couple seconds, nothing too crazy just yet. Hatch and a gas coming online, bringing that straight through. The probe just going to nibble for a few moments. Usually that is the exciting part of this early game PvZ. Not much else to say for a couple seconds here. Just take some time to get set up and get running on this one. Drone's still chasing the probe. And we do have the Cybercore and Nexus both continue to build into play. So again, we get that going right off the bat. Probe running down the low ground, just taking a few moments over there. Just have ourselves the Adept, the Nexus, the Probe, the Link Speed, Queens, etc. All of that coming through just right off the bat. Got a lot of that started for the moment. And the couple Queens, the Link Speed all coming through. The drones on the way, the Lings are on the way. Stalker in the Warp Gate building. A couple Lings go after the probe for a few moments. Continue to get a bit more damage dealt. The other Lings will come across the map also. See that probe going down. Adept coming through, putting some good damage in. And we'll be able to go for a Ling or so, nothing too crazy really. Some early damage to start us off. A Twilight Council from Creators. Twilight without a Stargate, obviously a big mix-up from him. He has not been afraid to play some glaive openings lately, so I'm kind of not shocked to see it. Like I say, it's a bit of a surprise in the matchup, but I don't think it's a surprise from Creators specifically, so in that regard, like I say, I'm kind of intrigued to see it play out. And we'll get this heading in a moment or two to see exactly what the endpoint of it's going to look like. Kept moving through, land the road drone, all coming online. So again, we get a lot of that set up already. Link, gates, warp gate coming online as well. Robotics facility going to be coming up too. Circling's right through the center of the map. That Roach Drone is still building. That Lair's on its way. Gateways, Robo Facility, the Blink all coming through. The Lings get behind the Adept for a couple of moments. So again, just going to jump around back there. Those Lings will continue across the map and just see if they can apply some pressure, see if they can find much happening. Answer is not really just yet. It is just Blink from Crit. I thought it was going to be straight up Glaze, but it's going to be a 2-base Blink all in. Obviously, you add 4 more gateways. It's going to take you to 6 gates, so just heavy pressure. Now, Yakov is cutting workers at 40. That seems like a very responsible number to cut at. I mean, it seems sensible so far. Let's see what else we do here. I mean, Roaches can gather up. Roach Speed joins in. Again, that Blink is about to finish. The Observer coming through. Just have the couple of Ravagers coming in. For a couple of moments, to just have the Stalkers setting up. So the Stalker's going to move down the bottom. Obviously, Blink now available. Yakov's identified pretty much what's going on. He's building nothing but Ling, Roach, and a couple of Ravagers. Like that a lot. The Lings need a tank in the front. We need maybe a few more Roaches to get here. Roaches don't have that speed yet. That'll make it a lot easier once we do get that speed. So we're going to see the Ravagers get attacked straight away. So we lose one Ravager right off the bat here. So one Ravager already goes down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming over. Hatchery. It's going to be already taking a bit of damage. The Ling's got a bit of a jump. Some of these Stalkers now on cooldown on the Blink. Oh, good micro on the Prism to save a few of those Stalkers. Quick thinking from Creator, but still in a bit of trouble overall as that Ling Roach gets through. And Yakov, he's going to start counterattacking. Oh my goodness. That's a brave play from Yakov, but it could genuinely create some issues. I mean, if you can force warp-ins and units at home in general, I think that's great for you, but you are leaving yourself so exposed while attacking with all those units. You need to get something going ASAP here, because otherwise your opponent is going to try and take advantage of the lack of units that remain here. We force a big Blink back straight away. Some Zealots showing up. Like I say, the attack across the map is going to walk straight into the natural. We're going to depower 2 gateways, so that's already a huge start. And now we're just going to go after probes. So Creator has to figure this out right now. Stalkers, I mean, at this point, give it the 3rd base, I think, as Yakov, because you're going to do enough damage to play essentially 2 bases versus 1 base here in the near future. I would not hate it if you ran up into the main and tried to depower these gateways. They're actually all in one pylon. I get it. You want to kill the Nexus and get guaranteed damage right now, but yeah, that's absolutely going to be huge if we can depower those gateways. What does he do next? He's going to stay on the low ground. He just doesn't realize the opportunity on the high ground, which of course he doesn't, because he's not, you know, he can't see through walls. We can't see up ramps without going up the ramp. Then pull the drones in to defend at home. Creator still has 1 base of mining. Obviously, Yakov can afford to lose some drones here. Creator now in the main base. Yakov up here. I mean, I guess you just get rid of all the probes. That works the same way. He's obviously a bit busy playing defense, so he's not currently able to actually make this as much of a commitment on that pylon as maybe that would have been just great. We do see still chasing through. Yakov has to defend this. He's not got a lot of army supply. Using these drones nicely to again buy himself time, knowing that if he just holds, he's won because of how much damage he's doing on the other side of the map. The Stalkers are creating issues though. Lings are still coming through. Can Yakov actually clean up this Stalker count, or is it going to get to be too much? He actually might just need those Roaches to come home, but how do you get them home at this point? It's going to be a long walk back. It's going to take a long time. You do see the drones, Lings all pulling in, trying to be the tanks for this Roach army. Creator only has 6 workers left. Yakov is going to probably just bring the Roaches home at this stage, right? They have nothing else to achieve here. They've killed the Nexus from Creator, both positions. Yakov losing Overlords. Honestly, that's fine. Anything that's going to not let Creator kill your units during this time. The Roaches are coming back. Going to pull the drones again, and again, just trying to do a little bit of work here already. Lings from the other side. Got to be careful because the Zealots are there. The probes are here to try and fight as well. Like I say, the Roach is coming from the other side. Needs to be kind of very careful, because now we blink forward into this. We are going to get rid of a few Stalkers because of it. The Zealot's going down too in amongst this. I just really feel like the efficiency of these Stalkers is going to be huge. Yakov pulling every single drone. He's got a few more Lings on the way. He is killing some of the Stalkers. He is seeing some success. He is chasing to some damage at least. Everything else gathering back through, just going to be seeing these Stalkers still chasing. I mean, this is what it comes down to, and Yakov's supply is just dropping. Just don't know if he can kill enough of these Stalkers in the end. A couple of them are low, though, and to be fair, like, a lot of them are just shields and nothing else. Probes getting involved. Again, these Zealots are annoying. Yakov pulls back. Is this all of Yakov's drones? Pretty much. So he doesn't have any mining going on beyond this. Stalkers trying to target fire roaches. To be fair, a lot of the roaches are low HP as well as they try and chase these Stalkers down. It comes down to the absolute final units, and in the end, Yakov just doesn't have enough. He needed to be, while all of this was going on, he needed to be just slightly more decisive on the other side of the map. If he went into that main base, killed the main pylon on those gateways, and then just, I mean, maybe that's not good enough. Like, he spent so much time, like, dealing damage over here to stuff that never really went down. Gee, Jesus, Yakov. Oh, this was so insanely close. Wow. Heartbreaker for Yakov. That could have been him 2-0 in this group, and instead, he sits here now 1-1. It just doesn't get closer than that, right? You just need to focus the pylon. I think the only issue with focusing the pylon is obviously if he focuses the pylon and then leaves, it gets repowered. So he kind of does need to maybe just kill the Nexus. But he stood there hitting the gates and everything else for so long. And if he gets the pylon first, then just sticks around for the Nexus, you stop more warp-ins, right? I think in the end there was a few Zealots that came through because of that pylon staying up for a while. If we just get rid of those Zealots even, like the Zealots were an issue as well. If we get rid of those, that might have also changed the final placement of this game. So, yeah, GG's. Alright, we're going to hop on over to Korea for Creator versus GuMiho, and then GuMiho Yakov will round the day out. Oh, that's a bit crazy. A couple of Troop Gyms out the front as well. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of little things you could change to get a result there. I think Yakov could have played more defensively. I think he could have probably pulled back a bit. The problem is I think he started pulling drones to defend, and then he was like, oh, I may as well keep... But honestly, if he left a few drones mining, it was so close at the end that a few drones mining maybe could have been the difference. If he just gets a couple more slings out even, right, to chase those Stalkers. There were so many Stalkers low HP. He killed one or two of those just a little tiny bit sooner, right? That could have been a factor as well. Yeah. Alright. Got this Creator GuMiho series video underway, guys. If he left 3 to 5 mine drones mining, yes, I actually think he didn't need a lot of mining, but just a bit of mining, so he just has a couple new lings. Because you don't even need much of anything, just lings alone would have probably helped you more or less enough. I mean, there's so many games, so many little things you can pick apart, right? But in the moment, it's so hard to make all of those decisions correctly, and you know, you're just fighting for your life. Fighting for your absolute life. I kind of liked him chasing the Stalkers aggressively, because if you play defensively, you do give the Stalkers a chance to just step forward and then blink away after doing damage, right? But chasing them aggressively, you're at least constantly putting damage on them, so I don't even hate that part of it. Honestly, a lot of good discussion points through and through, I think. Alright, we are going to go and roll into our next game. As soon as GuMiho and Creator are vetoed, guys. As soon as GuMiho and Creator are vetoed. And that really was a wild ending. So if GuMiho beats Creator, this becomes a... if GuMiho beats Creator, then GuMiho Yakov is straight up just the winner is in. If GuMiho loses to Creator, then Yakov is at the advantage, but then it's going to come down to potentially a 3-way tie if GuMiho beats Yakov. So, yeah, it's going to get very close here at the end of the day, I think, is what we're basically trying to say. So, yeah. All right, guys, game number 1 of this 5th best of 3 today coming at you. Get this going momentarily. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Just give it a moment or two and we'll get this started off. Do 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 bum bum bum. Do 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4 videos so far. Just waiting for one more video each, then, and we'll be underway. What's the TBD slot in Group D? That's to be decided. I sent an invite to someone. They didn't accept or decline. It's kind of a while away, so I'm not rushing them. But also, I think I'm going to move the timing of a Group D back another week or so to get out of the way of the wrong E Cup playoffs. Probably just makes sense. So I think we're going to do that, and then if we do that, then I mean, still basically is a TBD player. It's going to be a Zerg or a Terran. I can tell you guys that much. Yeah, either a Zerg or a Terran. Not decided who. Celestial and Tourmaline coming through. Creator obviously 2-0 will be through this group no matter what, because no one else can end up on 2 wins and cause a tiebreaker. So Creator is through. He's obviously going to fight for a first place finish now and help him to avoid some of the stronger players in the first round of playoffs, as it's going to be Ruby Rock as our map. Then Winter Madness. And then Old Republic, I believe. Cool. This hosted. Invite the other couple of guys who have been casting with us in. They're here. Ready. Kick this off and get this underway. What's up, Merhem? Thank you so much for the tier 3 resub for 85 months. Appreciate the tier 3. Don't not get to say that often. But thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. As we take a moment or so, get going here on Ruby Rock. Loading screen. Being figured out. Let's just jump in. Bam! Oh man, it loaded the rest of the way, then it halted for a second. No! I thought I timed it perfectly. Alright, in the upper left-hand side, we're going to start things off here with our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Creator. Fresh new best of 3, but Creator already through this group, just looking to guarantee himself a first place finish by going 3-0, which definitely does have a benefit to him. You would avoid Classic or Hero in the round of 8. I'm going to go ahead and say that that's probably something he'll probably want to do, to be honest. So yeah, I think that's not too crazy of a presumption. I'll just have GuMiho in that bottom right side. He's also on this left side because he's going to proxy his first barracks of the game right here. So he's going to throw this down and get this one started right away in position. And away we go. Four refineries in the barracks coming through. And just going to see the SCV is going to be spotted. That's not great for GuMiho. That's a horrible start as Creator just gets an instant scout on what's happening here. So yeah, not ideal. I guess Shameless is also kind of cheering on GuMiho, Creator right now, because then maybe there's a 3-way tie that could actually benefit Shameless into advancing. But I guess he always has worse map score than Yakov and lost the head-to-head. So no, Shameless is out 100%. Okay, so I was just wondering if Shameless could still be meaningful in this group, but no, he's going to be out no matter what. He will never be able to get ahead of Yakov and also never get ahead of Creator. Shameless can definitely cheer against GuMiho then, because he gets prize money and an extra WardiTV point if he wins. So, if GuMiho gets, if he gets in ahead of GuMiho, so Shameless is still hoping GuMiho does not maybe do well. That should be a, might be a factor as well. As we continue through, Cybercore and the Nexus coming through, Probe on the way, the Reaper, Orbital, and the Command Center all building up as well. So just bring a lot of that in for the moment, getting this settled and seeing where we can go. Nexus Simulator, the Warp Gate and the Adept continue to come through as well. And it's going to be seeing the Warp Gate, the Adept coming through, the Nexus coming online for a couple of moments, the Twilight Council still building into place, so a lot of that coming over just for a second or two. And, yeah, getting that underway for the moment. couple workers go down, so we do find some damage early, and we are going to be seeing the, yeah, not bad stuff from GuMiho here against Creator. Considering we lost the barracks early and had to cancel that and so on, that is not too bad. Again, we'll get in the blink, continue to come about for a couple of moments, just bringing that through for now. See how that blink and that warp gate. Just going to get going. Just going to be seeing a couple of gates in the robo facility coming through as well. So get a lot of that on the go. Get this rolling for now. See where we can get to. There's a couple of barracks still coming about. The medevac and the SCV on the way as well. Medevac and those couple of Marines just continuing through for the moment. So again, just getting a lot of that on the way and a lot of setting up for now as well. Medevac comes through. Wouldn't mind just going to load up for a couple seconds. So we are going to be seeing that drop setting up to make a move right now as well. Get that across over to the other side. Prism and the blink continue to come up. And again, just take a couple seconds to get that set into place already. Get that on the way. Just going to see some rocks getting knocked down. Reaper for a couple of probes. Everything else set. GuMiho with the movement of the medevac here still has that Widow Mine to maybe try and get something done. We'll see if he can succeed with that or not in the near future as we continue to get this underway. Well, just going to see Stimpack, Combat Shield +1. All of that continue to come through for a couple of moments. So again, get that underway here. And a few Marines, the Marauders just going to be there, pushing this back, holding this out for a few moments. So keeping that away as well. Let's just see the few Stalkers unloading underneath that Prism. And again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 all continuing through. Marine, Marauder, Medevac continue to come by at the moment. Just gonna get rid of a couple of these Stalkers, so we are going to be able to chase those down. And GuMiho actually getting some pretty good catches at the moment, so some good value coming in for the moment. It's getting some good damage out. Just going to be seeing the charge and the Immortal continuing through as well. Again, +1 on the concussive shells coming up as we speak. So again, a lot of that already continue to just come into play for now. And seeing where we end up as the Stalkers will put defense in. Trying to hold on over in this direction. And the upgrades coming through, so we take a few moments. There's some coming around there once again. Robo Bay still building. A couple Zealots and company coming up as well. A lot of that coming through for now. And Robo Bay, Gateway, Observer coming up. Prism just settling in the center. The Zealot Stalker Sentry joining in as well. Again, take a few moments to just get everything figured out as the Marine Marauder Medevac is producing. The armor upgrade is on the way over. Forge, Robo Bay coming online for now. Let's continue to bring that straight through. A couple of units pulled back. Just going to be seeing the Gateway and that Robo Bay both coming into place. And Colossus and the Forge coming through as well. That Nexus just comes down on that 4th base. Just going to get that set and ready. Again, 2 Vikings, 2 Marauders, the armor upgrade coming through. Engineering Bay and the Armory coming up as well. Extended Thermal Lance coming by, the +1 upgrade coming through. Just going to see that Colossus still coming into play alongside everything else right now. And again, the Ghost Academy is building on the side of GuMiho, so we bring that into action, making sure we've got all the tech necessary here to make a game of this at the moment. Viking is obviously able to put the pressure on the prison that forces the recourse. Good defense from GuMiho, just not letting Creator do anything at all on this initial bit of aggression. And do drop a command into the fronts again, ready for fourth base. And as Creator heads into his Colossus play, and we'll look to move forward from there. Stalker just going to jump through these rocks, just opening up in the center. Again, the Ghost, the Vikings, the Marines all producing through. A ship weapon and a +2 attack upgrade continue to come by. The barracks still very much so coming into play as well. Some more production coming online from GuMiho, ready to move to a fourth base soon. Creator's army is obviously getting set up nicely. It has the splash damage available soon as well, so that's also going to be kind of a factor, you'd imagine, sooner rather than later here. So I got to think that that's going to be a factor as well, like I say, sooner rather than later. The Marines just going to get in after the hallucination for a couple of seconds. Again, the Colossus and the High Templar continuing through. Colossus and the Thermal Lens continuing to come about. The Archon, the Cannon, Pylons continuing to come through as well. Just going to see the Zealot's going to get there. Marine going down. Still got the Starport about to complete. Viking, Marine Marauder all still coming through. A couple more Stalkers warping in underneath the prism for the moment. We get that ready to go. Chase straight forward here. I mean, I'm going to be seeing the push through. Creator obviously, again, feeling like with a couple Colossus out, this is time to maybe start getting aggressive. SCV's going down. Ship weapons cloaking. +2 attack coming through. The Viking, Marine Marauder all building up as well. More shots just coming about. The Stalker's going to blink underneath. Command Center coming back in as well. So again, just trying to get this going. Going to be seeing the Bio just going to fly, trying to find some damage here, looking for the defense. GuMiho supply lacking, but he's holding on. He's chasing Creator away for now, which is definitely a step in the right direction for sure. We've seen that army continue to come about for a second or two here. Going to be seeing GuMiho, though, is desperate to kind of push back against this. He is going to get some Viking shots off toward the Colossus, which I think is absolutely going to be helping you as well. So that part looks good. I mean, Creator gets shoved out of there. Resource loss going to be kind of even, so GuMiho with the defense, keeping a lot of his units alive and keeping his base there as well, able to now get that into a planetary fortress. And +3 attack, +2 armor coming up. Just going to see the ship weapons coming through as well. So continue to get that going just for now. So we continue to bring that into play. As again, we have +3 attack, +2 armor coming on through. The +2 ship weapons coming about also here at this point in time. +2 ship weapons continue to come about. Again, +3, +2 continue in as well. Just going to see the Observer speed, +3 attack. Storm also coming about. Robo facility in production also. Again, the batteries and the cannons will be processed here. A lot of that's still coming into play. So a lot of these upgrades coming about for now. Getting that set up. Seeing where we take things as we just have the game at this stage. I mean, Going to see where we take this. The Viking step through a little bit. The bio on that right side moving along. +3 attack, +2 armor, storm, shadow stride. All these little bits and pieces coming through as well. At the point where we're even nuking, and that, if nothing else, helps us to process through some of the static defense a little bit more quickly. So I'm gonna go through. Gonna see a storm coming down. Big bio push in. Viking's gonna get a good jump on the Colossus. They're gonna lose a lot of the tech units here very quickly, as now GuMiho pushing into position. We have got the force on the left-hand side still active as well, so looking to see what else comes of that. Again, this bio just stimming on through and looking to put some pressure on. I mean, at this stage, Creator is losing a lot, but so is GuMiho. Creator is rebuilding out of this, and now Creator, that Disruptor Shock going to be pretty decent as well. Just feel as though we get ourselves into an okay spot at the end of it all. I mean, Stalkers and Archons still giving chase. Still trying to push through as well, so again, just doing what we can there for the moment. Four Liberators, three Marauders, 3 Marines, the Ghosts coming up. GuMiho supply trailing after this. He has a lot of money to spend. Creator still has a good base count. 6 bases set up currently here on Ruby Rock, so that part of this is definitely looking good. And let's just have the EMP coming down onto the low ground as well. So again, putting some pressure in with that position. Get that on the go. Couple of Liberators going to siege up. Just going to be seeing the rocks getting taken away. This Bioforce still looking to make a trade here for a moment or two, and figuring out what else we can get done is just have a couple of good storms coming down. This army getting coated in those storms. And GuMiho's army is just not going to last. Man, I really felt like GuMiho had some good fights and some good moments, but just can't actually deal with the army of Creator in the end. And that's going to be GG. So it's going to go the way of Creator for game 1 at least, as Creator looks to secure himself a first place finish. I think Creator winning here is not a bad thing for us, because like I say, the winner of GuMiho and Yakov would then just be a straight-up winner advances into the playoffs, which is kind of always a nice situation to have for our final series of the day. So yeah, we'll not be too upset if that's the way this goes. We're just waiting for GuMiho to jump out of the replay, and we'll be able to jump into our game number 2 here. Alright, get going Winter Madness, start this off. It's into play in a moment or two. Get everyone else in game. Cool. Alright, if our players are ready, we can go into our second map of this series, Creator leading by 1. Winter Madness for this map too. Let's kick this off and see what happens. Ooh. Definitely been some fun games today. Fun games. One sec, guys. Right, sorry, let's jump in. As we have got in the bottom right side, the blue Protoss who is up 1. It is going to be Creator taking on the red Terran. Down a game in the top left, looking to bounce back. It is GuMiho. Actually, no, if GuMiho loses this... No, sorry, I'm wrong. If GuMiho loses this, then he's 0-2, and then it is not necessarily just the winner moves on. In fact, if GuMiho loses this, Yakov might already be through. Okay, hang on, let's think about this. If GuMiho loses, he did take a map off Shameless. If he loses this, he would be 1-2, 1-4, -3. If he 2-0'd Yakov, he would be able to advance through, but it might be a case where if Yakov just takes a map, it would be enough. GuMiho -3, we go to -2. Yes, I think if GuMiho... Sorry, so yeah, if GuMiho loses this without taking a map, then Yakov only needs 1 map against GuMiho to advance. It's actually not just winner moves on through, so... Yeah. My bad, I got myself mixed up a little bit there. Alright, well, we get a move in here. I'll show you what's going to happen as we get ready to go. And kick off into this one. SCV coming through. It's going to be the reactor first from GuMiho. So a little bit greedy to get reactor first on the go, but I'm going to try and make something of this right now. SCV nibbles at the probe for a few moments. Getting some damage dealt. Again, orbital in the command center coming through right there. Nexus and Cybercore all building up. Simulator pylon. Yeah, just all the little bits and pieces coming in for the moment here. And this ready to rumble. Adept just chrono boosting out of the gateway. Warp gate still coming by. Just gonna see the command center factory. A couple of Marines coming through. The refinery coming up as well, so we get that on the go for the moment. Again, Adept in the warp gate continue coming through for a couple of moments there, so just going to get that on the go. Move this along for a couple of moments here for now. Again, bring this up, just going to be seeing the warp gate coming through. And the Stalker coming about. Everything getting settled here for a couple of moments. Get this on the way. Again, blinking the warp gate coming up. The robo facility, the gateway coming about. Just gonna have the blink in the warp gate coming online then. So again, we get that set for a few moments here. Get this on the move. Looking reasonable for the moment. Robo facility, the gateways, the blink and the probes, a bit of everything coming online right now. Those few Marines of GuMiho want to start moving across the map here, so looking to get across to the other side. Pressure coming through initially, get that on the go. Blink building as well. And yeah, we get that started up. Robo facility coming online. Couple of probes and that blink all coming through. And that's set up and running. Raven building. Again, the Prism and the Blink continue online for the moment. So just bring that online here. Get that on the go. Widow Mine drop to come through, and it is going to be into this mineral line. Creator responds pretty quickly. The first Widow Mine is just going to unburrow even, and we're going to obviously try and keep these mines dancing as long as possible to cause as much trouble as we can. Unburrow, reburrow, reposition. Leaves one Widow Mine still active here. Can threaten the Stalkers, although the Stalkers have Blink. Good call from GuMiho just to let that fire on that probe. We have 2 Widow Mines still alive in the medevac, so while not all 3 Widow Mines fired, we keep 2 alive. We kill 2 workers for 1 Widow Mine dying. That seems very reasonable, and now you've got 2 mines to still pressure with, so like I say, that likely comes up a bit further down the line again, so yeah, I like it. Good little starting point for GuMiho, I would say. Widow Mines try and burrow, gonna get an Adept and probes on the splash damage, so we actually get a lot done there. That's actually pretty sizable, as we now see the Stalkers counterattacking over, going to jump in toward this main base, go straight after the siege tank. Oh, GuMiho, he just did a great job, but he's going to take some serious damage here. Stalkers will just delay the stim pack, as we have a lot of bio units up, so delaying stim is pretty meaningful in this scenario, because it's going to buy you time before you actually have to deal with as many units, and it's going to extend the time where maybe your Stalker's going to be a bit more effective and so on as well, so definitely expecting that to be a factor too. Stalkers come back and forth, Marines come over, continue to settle just for a couple seconds, and again, we see how Marines and the SCV is going to pull into this. Not looking great for GuMiho, as obviously pulling SCVs in doesn't feel good, but he kills another 7 probes across the map. The Widow Mine drop once again showing up and delivering But if you're losing all your units over here, that's not great. Oh, it's an ugly blink. As you try and get rid of the siege tank, it's going to get a lot of shots off. We don't even kill it in the end. The Marines going to get rid of the prison. We blink to the right-hand side. But it's just a bad move from Creator. Like, he just positioned himself really badly there. He blinked for the siege tank. It just took him so long to get it. Obviously, he still controls this location. And this is still looking pretty bad. Oh, I like that we went after the medevac there, because obviously he wants to get the Marauder. But now he will get medevac. This Marauder now does go down. The Stalkers are super low. Losing his own prism, obviously, who stops his warp ins. He's building a new prism. More Stalkers coming up. He's hitting this orbital, trying to force a response. Now an auto turret coming down as GuMiho tries to recover with more damage of his own still being dealt here. And to be fair, the damage is adding up, so... I mean, he's killing another 5 workers. The worker count is only 4 workers in the lead for Creator, despite all of the damage he's done over here on this side of the map. Obviously, his opponent having the orbital lifted is pretty rough, because that means no SCV production for a little while. Creator is a 3-base Protoss player as well, right? So he can rebuild probes very quickly on the back of this. And he will start a build 3 at a time as he starts up charge. If he didn't blink for that siege tank on the high ground that was just in the odd corner, he could not get rid of it. He would have A, saved a bunch of damage on the Stalkers, and B, probably would have just done so much more beyond that anyway. So much potential there as you see these Stalkers now jumping into the main. There's just such a spread defense, right? 2 tanks more focused toward the front of the natural, and these Stalkers are going to keep fighting for a little bit. Again, no stim means that we just don't get these bio units to be more effective, despite the fact that this aggression has been going on for so long. We're going to try to get after the prism again. We should probably do something about that as Creator, but no, we will not. But we're going to kill the prism. That's pretty much all we do. 2-0 for Creator. He closes this one out pretty quickly. All right, so GuMiho is going to be 0-2 on the day, and I'm pretty sure that with the 0-2 against Creator, he needs to basically win this next series 2-0. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to win this 2-0 here as GuMiho, and unfortunately for him, he also has server. Wait, who had server preference earlier? I think Shameless played Western earlier, so yeah, it is going to be server preference to Yakov as well. Oof. Alright, we'll get ready for this final match of the day then, guys. Some TVZ to round us out. This off in just a couple moments. In just a couple seconds. I'll get these viewers started. I'm going to step away for a moment or two, guys, so we will go to a break screen, but I will, like I say, just get things started first, at least. Figure out what we want to do. It wasn't GuMiho Day today. I mean, he's not out. If he 2-0s Yakov, then he can advance. So, yeah, he must 2-0. If he loses a map against Yakov, Yakov is through, and we have a Zerg in the playoffs. So, yeah, GuMiho's just in the replay, so we'll wait for him to finish that up and hop over, and we can get this started very shortly. Alright, like I said, I'm going to be a second just so we get this underway, guys. These viewers started. Alright, I'll be one moment. BRB. Alright guys, we are just waiting for one more video and a map pick. And we're going to be into this next game in just a couple of seconds. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Thank you guys, as we are not far from getting this on the way then. Winter Madness, Ruby Rock, map 1 and map 2. Third map will be, if we get there, will be Celestial Enclave. So, setting up for this right now, guys. Get this ready to go and see what happens. GuMiho with a 2-0 required to advance from this group. Yakov with a map win, and he will go into the round of 8, no matter the result afterward. So that's where we stand. Let's take this off. Cool. Alright, just waiting for GuMiho to join our lobby, and we will kick this into action, guys. Again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Let's get this ready to go. 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 GuMiho joining. Ready says Yakov, waiting for the go-ahead from GuMiho, and we can kick into this BO3. You want 3 maps? You want Yakov to advance, but you still just want the greedy 3 maps? Alright. Let's kick this off. Let's get this underway, guys. Thanks for joining us here today. Like I say, let's start this one into action right about now. Winter Madness coming through. Winter Madness coming through. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the blue Zerg player. He needs 1 map win in this series to take it to the round of 8. This is young Yakov in the top left corner of Winter Madness. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom right corner, GuMiho. I feel like GuMiho has been so inconsistent lately, but maybe this is his chance. Playoff opportunity on the line. Yakov beat GuMiho 2-1 when they played in the qualifier for the Chinese event the other day. Yakov beat him 2-0 back in December, and then lost 2-0 to him in some WardiTV Monday Cups in December, and then once in July as well. So, that's Yakov with his first 2 series wins ever. 2-4 all time against GuMiho, and those 2 series wins were within the last month. One of them just a few days ago. So, let's see what happens here. What's up, Taco Stuff? Thank you so much for the 85-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for the big resub. Appreciate you, and thank you for supporting. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hatch Gas and Pool all coming through. Racks and the SCV coming up as well, so we got a lot of that coming in for a couple of moments. Get this started. See where things are going to go. Just take a couple seconds here, get this on the way, and see where things are going to head to. Obviously, for a couple moments right now. A couple queens, the ling speed all coming up. Bringing a lot of that online. And nothing really surprising. TVZ early game will take a moment or so to get going. Going to see, I guess, most surprising again, Reactor first, no Reaper. So going to get some Marines out early, give you a chance to maybe work with that and to potentially get some work done here. And, you know, gives you a lot of Marines early, so that opens up the board to some Marine-based aggression in the early stages as well. So we'll see how that perhaps gets going. That link speed coming through. The drone's on the way. Hatchery building. Actually going to pop through in the next couple of moments as well. Is this live? Yes, this is indeed live. It's our last series of the day, though. Our last series of the day. TVZ. Let's see where we end up. Couple of Hellions coming through. The Orbital on the way by. Starport coming up as well. Let's just bring that straight over. yeah, the orbital command also producing through just for the moment. Link, just going to get in after that SCV. The couple Hellions coming by, so just going to get that going. And we will have a bit of pressure coming through. It's going to be seen. The Ling's just going to run forward. The Marines are going to come up. The Ling's actually going to be able to clean these Marines up, though. So just having these Marines, or these Lings available already, just going to do absolutely wonders for you as Yakov, ensuring that this does not go wrong. And that's going to be, like I say, nice, clean, easy shutdown. Initially, Rocheron still building. Drones, the Queens, on the way through. And the rest of that set up to go at the moment. Bring the rest of this online. Viking, the couple Hellions will be building up as well, so we get that also in production right now. Getting that started and seeing just where we end up going. And the Hellions and that Viking coming up as well. A couple of refineries, the command center building. Rocheron coming through as well. Just going to be seeing the Viking already poking away and on the Overlord, so some good damage done there right off the bat. And obviously Overlord just wants some info. GuMiho can play mech, and this Overlord doesn't really tell you anything, unfortunately, so you kind of come out with this with no information at all on the follow-up, so it's not ideal, as the lair starts from Yakov as well, so we're going to get the lair started. I mean, it's going to be mech, because we saw the extra gases coming down, so I'll just confirm that already. There's also an armory, which means that we can... was there not an armory? Did he just cancel it? I thought he had an armory anyways. Well, these Hellions are going to run through. They get 3 drones, but Yakov is going to be pretty quick to play defense otherwise. They are going to get into the main, though, and that's the issue. Evo Chamber here blocks as well. Great stuff so far, buying as much time as we can. Now we're finally going to get there. It's just taking so long to get any defense going against these Hellions. You kind of deserve to take some damage here as Yakov. Like, these Hellions just ran through your natural and through your main. And they were doing so for an extended period of time, right? So, yeah, I think it's kind of fair to say that we're allowed to kind of, you know, take some damage there. That's well earned by GuMiho, as obviously he gives out those Hellions, but he's going to build plenty more because he's playing mech. Yakov already on the Roaches is nice. He's going to go Roach speed now as well, trying to reestablish the drones. He's still up 10 workers coming out of this. Obviously, it's always nice not to lose the drones. It could have been so much worse. Like, these Hellions could have killed a lot more workers, and while we obviously still ended up killing some in the end, it could have just been so many at the very start of this that could have really been a factor too. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just say good job by defending and keeping it going, right? By Yakov, and making sure it is not just game-ending damage, and now you have a chance at least to continue playing this game. Roach is still building, Overlord speed and Roach speed coming online. And the Banshee, the siege tank coming through. We are going to go for a drop lord, so we're going to try and get aggressive early against this mech play. We're going to need a lot of unit production soon, because right now I'm not seeing it, you know? Right now I do not see us having enough at all to really kind of make a push, but maybe something does come about that gives us the chance at least to make something happen here. And give us a bit of an opportunity, if nothing else. So, waiting to see if that's the case or not as we settle in. Tanks, cloaking, +1 vehicle plating coming up as well. That Banshee still coming through, but obviously the Roach Ravager on the way is the main thing that we're looking at the moment here as we set this into motion. Roach Ravager going to produce by, and we do have Magfield on the way, but just starting. We've gone very tank heavy, so we're going to have a lot of like defensive tanks set up against this, and that's why I'm going to be a little bit concerned, to be honest, as to how we go about this, because I'm not sure if there's going to be enough opportunity to really do much here. Banshee's going to be a good defense, going to force the Queens to be used to, you know, to fight them off. Like that part alone is going to make this like a difficult little situation. Never mind everything else. Well, Queen's start to put some damage in. It's the high ground tanks as well that are going to be an issue too, though. Yakov trying to make this work, trying to make this get this underway and make this happen. At this current point in time, just going to see a few of those Banshees continue to put some damage out. Just getting some work done for the moment or so. And seeing what we can do. One more shots coming in. Just going to see a few units have to pull back. Drones going down the other side. Let's not worry about those right now, though. This attack needs to do damage. We know that much anyway. I don't think we need to find much else beyond that, to be honest. Like, GuMiho, if he just defends is going to be fine. And the problem is, Yakov, this feels like it needs to be going, and yet we're stalling. Right, we're stalled out here. We've not done enough. We've not even forced the third base off. Now, maybe we can force the third base out of position now, because we're going to come in from the right-hand side instead of the front. A couple of Biles getting close to those Banshees. Not quite close enough, though, and the Queen's off creep at the moment. Are slow-moving units unable to get into reach just for the moment. So, again, that's going to be an issue as well. As you're all going to be seeing now, we're just going to set up into this. The Roach Ravager will start a fight. The Queen's really unable to do much at all. The Banshees are going to be amazing in this game, as we are going to get onto the tanks, though. So the Roach Ravager leaks onto the tanks. It's just the Banshees. We have just no proper answer to them. We see a Spire on the way up. How many SCVs? How much damage can we do here before this Roach Ravager gets cleaned up? There's no going home, because the Banshees will kill everything as it leaves. I mean, we're going to try and pull back. Spire's on the way, so at least you can pull the Banshees to your side of the map. Maybe you can kill them. Roaches now go the other direction. It's only 2 Banshees out chasing you. There was 2 Queens still nearby that, just up top of your screen at the moment. These Roaches will just see if they can do anything extra. I mean, economy is good for Yakov, 73 to 58 workers, but his entire game plan has been to play unupgraded Roach Ravager. And now that unupgraded Roach Ravager just hasn't done enough, this is the point where this game gets obviously a bit more uglier. This is the part where you don't really recover. You don't really get set back up. You know, like, this is the part where this actually just gets extremely difficult, to be honest. And I'm honestly not sure what we're going to do about it from here. I think it's going to be good to get the Overlord, so we take that out. Grabbing that for the moment. Again, the Banshee's coming through. Again, another Creep Tumor or so. All those Banshees coming through, and we'll just hit that hatchery. So again, some damage being dealt there immediately as well. Pick that up, break that off for a couple of moments as well. Banshee's still coming. Mutas are going to come through too. It's just going to get that on the go. Keep this pressure on for now, as we do see the Mutas will clean up. And the Banshee does indeed fall, so the Banshee going down. And, well, Mutas on the map could be interesting. Anti-air-wise, at the moment, we have got ourselves 6 Cyclones. There is anti-air. Obviously, you're going to force more anti-air out of this, and the Mutas should be able to at least find some openings to get some damage done. Problem is, Cyclones locking on are going to be an issue, and, you know, they are pretty much just guaranteed damage. The Mutas say, hey, maybe we can actually jump onto these things, but the damage output against them is going to be slow, but we're going to get rid of 1, 2. Missile turret will help. Okay, only the 1 so far. We need more Mutas if you wanted to make the dive onto that. He's desperate to get rid of this planetary fortress, but now, what, are we just going to give all these Mutalists up fighting Cyclones? Like, that is not it. That's not the play. We're building +1 flyer attack, and we just gave up loads. I mean, maybe now the threat of these Mutas makes you build a whole bunch of... yeah, maybe this is it. Maybe just the threat of these Mutalisks just makes you build so much kind of anti-air that maybe the Roach Ravager Remax just kind of comes through and succeeds. I don't know, man. I'm just making stuff up. I don't think anything's looking great. We are going to get rid of the 4th base, though. Again, it's cost you a lot of the Roach Ravager in the process. We try and be aggressive there. The Hellbats and the Cyclones do push it back pretty effectively for the moment. Again, 1-1 upgrades going through. Just going to see the Corruptors and the Lings all coming by. The Infestation Pit building up here as well. So a lot of that continues in. The Cyclones are moving back across as well. Taking a few moments right now as the Cyclone gets a pick off. The Orbital Command still floating through. Going to get to this left-hand side in the next couple moments. Roach Ravager is going to show up. A couple of those Hellions will begin to go down, so they're going to drop. It's going to be seeing the rest of this continuing through for a couple of seconds. We're just going to pull away on that one. And Hive drones building into place. Trying to reset ourselves here for a little bit of time. Roach Ravager Bane coming up and moving across. Just going to be seeing the attempted defense in this situation. So again, we try and get this on the go. What a weird, what a weird game. Like, it feels like Yakov's dead. Like, I'm trying to process it because I feel like Yakov's in a horrible spot, but he's kind of hanging on in there, and he's still making things happen. I mean, he's still on a low-tier army, but he's improving. Like, he's getting Bane speed and melee upgrades, and like that gives me a bit of hope. The Infestors are nice because you can fungal and lock down some of these Cyclones in positions too. So I don't love it by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of an ugly scenario, but I kind of believe a little. at the same time. I don't know why. Maybe it's just my typical anti-mech brain, but like, I kind of believe at least a little bit right now that there's something of a chance here to make something possibly happen. Corruptor taking some damage, getting pushed back there. The Roach Ravager Ling just shows up on this fresh orbital over here, and it's going to be a bunch of SCVs going down. This is why, because it feels like GuMiho just keeps leaving himself open to an abundance of attacks, although it's not as though Yakov is going to be free from guilt in that thing as well. He's counterattacking those, so across the map we go. Those tanks on the high ground are brutal. These tanks on the high ground, 22 and 16 kills. You consider this is a game where there's not been a lot of dead lings, and so you got to imagine that a lot of those kills are roaches, and they've just been on that high ground the entire game. And both players take big eco damage here, but we've got to be able to clean up this army. Fungal whiffs, double fungal whiffs. Did he just misclick twice? I mean, I guess he just... Well, I don't know what you do to misclick double fungal. I guess you just click twice instead of once, and bam. Both fungals miss. We are going to try and clean up these cyclones. We will chase them away. 30 worker lead right now from Yakov. On 4 bases against kind of 5 bases still from the Terra. Now there's an army on the left-hand side, and that's the biggest issue. You might catch these cyclones. You might get rid of them with the Ling Roach Ravager cornering them. But what about the army on the left side? What about everything else that we got to get done here? We've got nothing over here to deal with this. The cyclones are extremely efficient in these scenarios, and that's just going to be a continuous issue across the course of this game. Overlords taking damage. Just going to be seeing the Roach is still running over. The Cyclones there going to be taking shots and getting cleaned up as well. So the rest of this getting pushed down. I mean, Cyclones and Hellions still just producing through. In the end, Yakov can't deal with this, and GuMiho takes map 1. Gumi just needs to win map 2, and he gets through into the playoffs. If he loses map 2, Yakov is in. So this map decides everything for us here on Ruby Rock. I can't believe Yakov, by the way, lets Celestial Enclave into this map pool when mech's a thing. Like, that's brutal. Now we're going to be playing off-server for Yakov as well. Uh-oh. Yakov in the replay for a moment or two, checking out what exactly maybe went wrong in that one. I mean, honestly, he just didn't have enough push on the first shove. Like, he really, committed to something that needed to do damage, and he completely stumbled. Those tanks on the high ground, I think just the fact that GuMiho was building tanks, right? Like, a lot of the time you play mech and you don't build the tank straight away. But GuMiho was building the tanks, so he did have the defense ready. He did have what he needed to kind of push into that kind of later stage, right? GuMiho and Yakov in the lobby and readying up for game 2. Ready. GLHF. Let's go. Alright guys, kicking off, getting going, and seeing what happens here for our potentially final game of the day. It's been a fun group. Let's see if we go out on a banger on Ruby Rock. Game 2 of GuMiho leading by 1 over Yakov trailing by 1. Like I say, the score of the best 3 doesn't matter. Yakov just needs a map. Well, it does. The score of the best of 3 for GuMiho has to be 2-0 in his favor. He must win this map still to advance, because if he loses this map, he will not win the map score tiebreaker against his opponent Yakov. So Yakov still just needs to win this one game. We'll see if he can do it, as Extractor tricks us early. Let's start setting up. Again, one more time just to say, if you enjoyed the games today, don't forget on the YouTube to like and subscribe. Enjoying the games on the Twitch, don't forget to follow. See you when we're live in the future with more StarCraft. We're back tomorrow with OSC Championship action, so make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. It should be fun. Hatch and gas coming up, the racks and the SCV coming through. Just going to be getting this on the go, so bring this up, again, that into play. Drone pulls back up to the top side. Again, the hatch gas and pool setting up. A few drones coming into place, the orbital and the reactor coming through as well. And orbital reactor coming through the command center building as well, so we keep that going. Get that into place here for a couple of moments and bring this up into action. So a couple of queens, and once again that reactor first is just going straight to the Marines. No Reaper here from GuMiho. He's been very greedy, no scouting a lot lately. And that's the sort of thing which he nearly... I'll never forget that he's been doing this lately, because the game he nearly lost the other day in the Winter Cup qualifier, like the first round when we were just trying to watch, wasn't it the Rongi Cup? Whatever it was, he was playing the first round. It was an open cup. He played against someone who was heavy underdog against him, and he nearly lost because he didn't scout and he got all in. While no scouting, and it very nearly worked. The blind Bane bust was very close to knocking GuMiho down a game. So yeah, I do look at this and I wonder, hey, maybe we should maybe that's something that's punishable, but I guess down a map, Yakov doesn't really want to risk that either. Maybe he just doesn't quite know. Nice seeing our factory. Going to move over to the reactor there. Marine's going to get in after the Overlord, take that down. Just for the moment. Queens and drones, the hatch continue to come through. He's going to be seeing the medevac, the Hellions, the Marine continue to come up as well, so we got a lot of that on the way. Bringing this through a couple seconds, and we're obviously going to have that medevac allowing us to get a bit aggressive here. So GuMiho, with some aggression in the near future, it would seem, ready to go very shortly. The crew team is coming down. There's that roach roaring from Yakov. It's going to be 8 Marines, a bunch of Hellions. It almost feels like we're meant to have an armory for the Hellbats as well, but no armory in sight just yet, as the Marines already go across the map. Very weird that these Marines just go across on their own and the Hellions still... I mean, the Hellions should come across eventually, and they're going to now. It's just, like I say, you should be looking to combo this. If we had Hellbats right now... not guarantee we'd do a bunch, but I feel like there's a good chance that we'd get some damage done. These Marines gathering, reset up, and resettle for a couple of moments. A couple of Marines are going to go onto the Overlord, and actually going to be able to get that. So that goes down now with all the attention on the left side. The right side, dive in from the Hellions. Going to come through for 5 workers. This is really nice because you get 5 drones, and you're just going to get out alive, right? So this hasn't cost you anything yet as GuMiho, just a nice little 1-2 punch, working nicely. Again, the land drones, Overlords continue to come up. It's going to be seeing the Overlord going down. Again, the Queen going to be there. The Ling's gathering through. It's going to be seeing a couple of Overlords moving forward as well. And just going to be having our Hellions continue to chase as our Queens continue across as well. The Queen's just going to be in position, just going to push those Hellions back over the left-hand side. Yeah, they're about to finish. The drones and the roaches continue through. That's going to be seeing the Banshees continue to set up. Again, the Armory coming up, factories coming in, Engineering Bay producing as well, as the few of the Hellions step out the front and just going to go and take a Zergling down. Just going to knock that through for a moment. Command Center going to drop into the front of that third base as well. It's just going to keep that on the go for now. Things running through, Overlord coming about, and just going to be seeing that medevac loading a few Marines up, pulling away to the side as well. Marines just going to pop away. Again, the Overlord going down. Just going to clean that up for a few moments. Again, that roach speed coming up as well. Marines, roaches just going to get through for the next couple of moments. setting through for a second or so. These roaches going to chase in. A couple of the Hellions taking some damage as well, so a few shots coming off already. As you see again, +1 missiles. Roach speed all coming up. Yakov able to come out of this still alive, but doesn't feel like the prettiest of game states at the moment. Just going to see the medevac unloading a few units back over here as well. Bring those back in just for the moment or so. Again, Banshees, Hellions, Marines, all getting gathered up together for the moment. Everything joining in. A few roaches going to run through. Going to put some more pressure out over on this side. Try and pick away at this location for a couple of seconds. Banshee's going to get going after the roaches. Roaches taking quite a lot of hits for a moment or two as well. Obviously, you're just going to move back over again, take a couple of seconds there, and we'll continue to get set. It's going to be seeing the Overseer going to take another couple of shots from a missile turret or so. Again, nothing too crazy. Everything else still coming online for the next couple of moments, and still seeing where we go as the cloaking coming through. Just going to be seeing the factories coming up as well, bringing all of that about for the moment. Look at Den, Hive, building through as well, bringing a lot of the rest of this online. Again, melee and the missile upgrade building as we speak, so keep that going. Let's keep a lot of this into play at this point. Cyclones and Hellions still building through. Medevac will be boosting back around the top side. Coming across there, a couple of Queens looking to try and get some shots off as well. Medevacs still continuing up top 2 for the moment. Ignited coming through, +2 vehicle plane coming up, cloaking on the way. It's like Magfield Accelerator, the Cyclones, the Banshee continue to come by as well. And just going to be seeing the Hydras and so continuing through also. Again, we continue to set that up. Again, Hydras, Vipers building by, Spire on the way. The Hyperflight Rotors then going to give us access through to that mech play, and that speedy Banshee access is going to be fun. But yeah, I like the composition though from Yakov, right? Some Hydras, the Infestor, the Vipers, all these spellcasts available. This game's very different because Yakov just didn't get as aggressive early on. Like, yeah, he took some damage, but he didn't attack in. He didn't commit to fighting. He's maybe going to commit to fighting a bit now. He has a lot of workers, so if he can trade out a bit and start, making advantage of the fact he's got 94 drones of economy, then that could be very, very good for him too. So we'll see a little bit of that starting out. The Viper's just going to consume up here. The hatchery is getting eaten up for the moment. Bringing that through. And yeah, +2 missiles, +2 melee, all building. The adrenal glands come up as well. That seismic spines is going to finish in just a couple of moments. Continue to bring that by for the next few moments here as well. So we get that all set. Hyperflight Rotors, +2 vehicle plating coming up. Cyclone Hellion on the way in. The Hellbats are going to be there. The fungal growth is going to be nice just to help us get in and get some distance right now. Put some distance between us and the rest of that army. Abducts in the Banshee. Again, utilizing these spellcasters well and effectively gives Yakov a good chance to get value here and to take some good trades on his way to the Lurkers, but also building the Great Aspire. These Banshees should be killing off the Spore Crawler first, and then the Hatchery if that's what they want to do, or position themselves away from the Spore. You're just taking damage there for no reason. Just a lot of different little things to kind of keep track of as the Cyclones get rid of the Roach. You can see the Banshees clean up some units on the map. I mean, we have got the Hydras, right? So we've got anti-air. It's just catching those Banshees is going to be pretty much the bigger problem of all. Cyclones coming through. Just going to grab the Hatchery in the bottom left-hand side. Hellbats coming up the left-hand side as well. Lurkers will burrow. Just going to go in after those Hellbats as well. So those Hellbats going down. Just going to be seeing the upper side here. Hellbats and Cyclones continuing through as well. The rest of these Lurkers could burrow up once more. Just going to be seeing a couple of Hellbats continue to fight. Lurkers going to relocate. They're just going to try and burrow up elsewhere at the same time here now, as we do have a couple of drones coming about. Queen's going to be there. Banshee's taking some more damage. A few more hits continuing to come through. Cloud coming down to try and help us out. A lot of drones going down. Cyclones were locked onto a lot of different things there as well, so that felt like a lot of damage just happening. And Yakov taking a lot of shots. We lose the 7 drones as well. I mean, his economy was huge, so we can afford some drone losses. We're going to lose a hatchery on the top side, though. I mean, having a bunch of drones is nice, but it doesn't matter if you don't have bases to mine from. And those Cyclones just hitting the other side. GuMiho playing fast in this series and showing us a little bit of his speed. And Yakov so far unable to actually come up with an answer to that, as GuMiho is... he's going to lock on here. I actually think these Cyclones should just run forward. I think they should have just committed to the kill. Because they could have killed this hatchery, made, you know, him a 3-base player. And then, I mean, these units were kind of dead. I mean, it may be more easy for us to see they were dead before GuMiho saw they were dead, right? So he's making a split-moment decision. That's probably where the mistake comes from. But, you know, obviously, I think if we redo that, we just dive those Cyclones forward, get the hatchery, everything's going to die anyway. So look at counterattack right now from Yakov, as he did kill a bunch of units. There's obviously one of the dangers of just losing stuff, and that's where things become a little bit dangerous for you, as we see the Hydra stepping through. Siege tank is going to come down and get picked away at already, so that's just going to fall already as well. Just 3 missiles and melee coming up. I mean, GuMiho's losing this base, so nice counter in from Yakov, able to do some real work here and put some pressure on. And we see the Lurkers, the Hydras, the Lings continue to get chased away, continue to take some damage for the moment. Cyclones and company regather. Banshee still chasing up, and Yakov losing a lot at the end of this. Like, it took GuMiho a few moments to reposition and to resettle himself, but definitely getting back on track right now. The orbital command going to come down. A few SCVs coming over. And yeah, Hydras, Lurkers continue to come through at this point as well. +3 melee, +3 missiles continue to come about. Tank will siege. Raven and the Cyclones coming about as well. We continue to bring that into play. Just going to be seeing the upgrades continuing across in general. We have the extra Lurkers coming by, Cyclones and the Raven coming up, and that +3 vehicle plating coming through as well. Yeah, I'm trying to move forward. You're all going to see the Lurkers are kind of a funny issue right now. I feel like long-term Lurkers shouldn't be an issue, but this is a very Cyclone-heavy army, and like, the moment these Lurkers get sieged somewhere at the moment, we don't have a good answer to it as GuMiho right here. So, it's a little bit awkward. Bench is going to hit the top right side, going to force a response. This should be where GuMiho can actually make some plays. If his opponent is rotating to the top right to deal with Banshees, maybe you can actually, you know, catch some units with the Cyclones as they move in that direction, right? If you could have, you know, if we could achieve that, that would be great. As you see, the Lurker's going to burrow up again. The Lightning Cloud coming down. Viper gets killed. Cyclone's still locked on, picking away at a few more of those Lurkers. +3 melee upgrade coming through. Ling Hydra still pushing down. Cyclones getting chased as well. Hellions being pushed. Additional Corruptors coming about. Just going to be seeing the Hydras continue to come through as well. Hydras getting pushed back. Cyclones being chased. Cyclones locking on again. Just going to be seeing the work onto this hatchery. See the rest of these Lurkers and the Hydras stepping forward also. A little bit more damage being done, and we just have bit of a pullback and away there. GuMiho, again, knocking this base down, killing a lot of units as he goes as well. Love this. He does step in. He gets a lock to the Lurker, and he's going to be able to dodge away from it long enough to just make that just do nothing. Now he's going to re-engage onto this position. This hatchery, these spine crawlers, all in some trouble. Everything is starting to go kind of wrong here for Yakov, I feel like. As GuMiho just kind of does what he wants and then just leaves on his own accord as well. I feel like in the past he's been leaving because, you know, Yakov's doing something, but this time he's just like, no, I just did enough. I'm just going to back out of here. Now, obviously, Yakov has established the bottom left side of the map, and that's maybe going to be where GuMiho needs to swing some of his attention to. He's been putting a lot of pressure on the top right, or backstabbing the top right successfully a lot of the time. So I wonder if maybe working to the bottom left now is going to become a priority, because it does feel like Yakov is well established there. And if you hit him there, that might just be taking out the heart of the future of his economy. If you can carve that away from him, then that's maybe just going to be your road to victory here from GuMiho, who, again, just to reiterate, guys, this is a must-win map. If GuMiho doesn't 2-0, he does not advance. So even if GuMiho wins 2-1, that's not good enough. The tiebreaker goes in Yakov's favor because of the other series that have been played today. So this is a must-win game for GuMiho right now. And we're 16.5 minutes in on Ruby Rock, and I definitely think it's been going well for him, but we're not done yet. We are going to see the Broodlords building, by the way, so we are going to see at least one Broodlord shove from Yakov, which is pretty typical of the matchup. As we do see the few Hellions clean up some Zerglings and so. A lot of that taking place for a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing the hatchery on the top side taking some damage as well. The Broodlords, the Lurkers, the Hydras starting to press forward. I say, GuMiho's doing a lot of work on the top of the map, but maybe the bottom of the map's more important. He's going to lose his base over on the bottom side. He's taking the top of the map himself as well, to be fair, so both players are kind of making progress. And we actually see a lot of units showing back up defensively. These Hydras boost back, but as the Hydras boost back, they let the Lurkers kind of put in some of the work. I guess for now that's not going to be overly too much of a factor. These Broodlords are an issue. We do not have a lot of anti-air outside of the Cyclones, and obviously the Cyclones are not amazing against Brood, so this Broodlord shove is effective so far. My concern is obviously that Broodlords shoving here are like a one-time thing. Once these Broodlords have done their thing, that's it. They're kind of just done, you know? 3 Thors coming up. The Hydras and the Corruptors and the Lings all building through. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're obviously doing some serious damage over on this other side. GuMiho's going to assess the Lurker situation there as well. Can we fight that? Can we engage into it? Obviously losing bases in the bottom left, but he is having the upper right expanded to, so he's got work to, you know, he's got something to work with there at the very least. I just get in. The Orbital will just take some more damage. A few SCVs mining away. And we've seen the refinery going down. The Cyclones trying to show up as well. Cyclones on the other side too. But we're kind of trying to wrap around this army, funnily enough. That seems to be the game plan at the moment. Seems to be our play that we're looking to make. Broodlord's going to dive in. Man, the Broos are just so good. GuMiho needs these Thors to do some more work. Usually Thors are amazing against Broos, and they are. It's just we don't have a lot of them. But we do have 6 Thors in production. They're going to pop out shortly. That actually might make the difference. Honestly, if all those Thors are kind of close together in production, they all come in at once. GuMiho's supply is dropping very quickly. The Hellbat's pushing forward. We've cleaned up pretty much everything else. Another Thor here just trying to shoot away. The Broodlord count is going down. A couple of these Thors have just not died at all, and so Yakov in the end is going to get chased away. Yakov will lose everything. GuMiho lost a lot. The thing is I think what is left over right now is much better for GuMiho than it is for Yakov. Like, these Thors pretty much deny you from doing so much in the future. The Hellbats are doing good against the Hydras still. The Hydras are a bit of a problem, to be fair. And GuMiho goes down to 86 supply right now. 30 workers to the 56. Army supply is very similar. I just don't know if we've got enough army supply as Yakov to stop GuMiho from kind of pushing through here, honestly. I just don't know if we have enough to do that at all. Gonna morph another 11 Lurkers. That's an issue. I think the Lurkers are just gonna win this game for Yakov because I just don't think we can deal with the Lurkers at this stage. Just do not think we can deal with the Lurkers. Like, yeah, because Thors are not going to do well against Lurkers. The Thors will get rid of these couple of Broods. Yakov trying to reestablish bases on this top side that GuMiho's previously denied. Like I say, army supplies are similar, but I am worried about the army kind of, you know, what is in the army at this stage. We're going to start building tanks. The tech switch has been very effective here. You can see the immediate response from GuMiho to be like, oh crap, needs something different. Starts building tanks that he hasn't been building for a while. He has some micro potential, but man, we're in a pretty nasty position. As you can see right here, there is a big problem, and it's called the Zerg army is kind of running up towards you. Now, maybe, just maybe, we can still stay in this. Maybe there's a chance to kind of keep this going in your favor as GuMiho, because he is doing a lot across the map. And if you can put enough pressure on across the map and you can just about hold on here, maybe there's a way. Tanks are going to siege these Lurkers. They're going to just move forward right away. The Cyclone's there to threaten as well, and we'll kill a couple of the Lurkers. We will chase this off. Again, the push on the other side from GuMiho is still moving through. We need some Lurkers to show up or something defensively. We're going to lose the Hydra Den, and as some of the Hydras spawn out, they're just going to run into this army as well, so they need to be super careful about that too. Is GuMiho actually going to still have a shot at this? Right now, it seems as though the answer to that very much so may just be yes, he does. I actually really think it is yes that he does, because at this point, okay, well, the Lurkers show up. I guess that's going to be what dictates it. Whether these Lurkers can do enough or not. The Hydra's lunging through. The medevac with that Thor inside went down. Okay, so GuMiho loses everything he was counterattacking with. However, the army supplies are still good. Now we're building a tank Hellion army. And is that just good enough against the Lurks? I mean, there's only 19 SCVs left from GuMiho. We're really getting to the point where, like, final few units here, maybe in consideration, we're getting Vipers, and that's going to be an amazing answer to what GuMiho is trying to build at this moment. The Vipers might just get it done, to be honest, as well. I've said that about a lot of things in this game. It's just ended up being so incredibly close. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You don't see these army compositions very much at all. Can GuMiho's army supply still hang through? We're getting a Raven. I feel like Yakov is just re-expanding a raid GuMiho can't keep up with, unfortunately. And these lurkers are terrifying. And shows back up. It will go down. Flying Hydra lurker, thinking about where it wants to be. There's a drop on the top side that is going to deny a hatchery. Broodlord is actually going to die to a missile turret because that's the kind of game we're watching. That's 2 full medivacs, both with siege tanks in. GG says GuMiho, and Yakov is going to take game 2, tie us up 1-1, but that does advance Yakov into the playoffs. Alright, so we'll get to game 3. In a moment, Celestial Enclave, oh god. Big map. At this point, I guess GuMiho can still play for 3rd place, maybe? So let's see. What's the point of GuMiho playing this 3rd game? You have to, otherwise you don't get any prize money. I mean, if he gets 3rd place... So if he wins the series, he still gets 3rd place, and 3rd place is $25 over $0. So there is a reason, even if it's not as motivating as it was before. Is this the last match today? Yep, and now the last map. Obviously, sometimes we can have a pointless last match. It does happen. Sometimes it's just unavoidable, right? But you know, we do our best by making 3rd and 4th place finishes be different. It's very rare someone is 4th and can't become 3rd if they're still playing the last match, usually. One and one in a tied-up battle between our red Terran in the bottom left corner, GuMiho, and the blue Zerg in the top right, Yakov. At the end of the day, these guys also see this as good practice. They also see this as, you know, staying in my good graces. You put on entertaining games, you get more invites back, right? So yeah, I mean, that may not be... I'm pretty sure he can get 3rd place still, but there's some very fine motives beyond that as well, I suppose. It's a big map. Can't imagine GuMiho's not going to play mech here, to be honest. Which is why I said, oh god, when I heard the map that it was, because it's a massive map, so we could be in for a long one. Unless Yakov tries to get aggressive again and finds a way to shut it down early, maybe. Queen's feelings coming through for a few moments. Settle ourselves in for now. It's quite a lot of lings from Yakov. And a Bane nest. Okay. You know what? I like Yakov's logic. Yakov says that basically it doesn't matter to him this game, and he doesn't want to play a long-ass mech game. So he's just going to try and Bane bust GuMiho. But, to be fair, right? What did I say? GuMiho has been mega greedy lately, and he's been mega greedy in this series too. He's not been scouting. And so a Bane bust is the exact kind of thing that could make him a very miserable Terran. Now, I don't know if I love those lings kind of showing up and kind of revealing themselves, because that Hellion obviously is now going to chase them, although maybe the Hellion just feels okay about that and doesn't go hunting elsewhere. It's going to be seeing a few Banes morphing in. Ling speed going to finish soon. Wow. GuMiho's not going to see any of this. This is looking pretty grim, to say the least. More Banes morphing in. The Lings are going to gather up. And here we go. We're going to bust down. I mean, you take the reactor out, so you're going to deny production here. He keeps the Baneling alive. Needs to make sure we actually get in here. Don't mess that part up. Hellions need to try and not get surrounded right now, as they do a decent job of buying some time. A lot of SCVs go down, but this is very committed, of course. They break back through the re-wall off. We are going to re-wall again, but this is already 18 SCVs going down at this stage, so it's already a lot of damage being dealt. Yakov going to warp in a little bit extra. 18 workers killed is a lot, but he obviously wants more. He's going to need Banes to bust through this again. Starport going to go to the tech lab that's going to give us access toward the Banshee. A couple more Banes morphing again. This wasn't good enough. This is super committed from Yakov, so while it feels amazing, and when you look at those numbers, it's not enough yet. 2 Banes will lead the charge up here. Depot can be busted through. Oh, no, get it! We do get it. Okay, the cooldown supply to try and buy to get the heal off would have been disastrous, but we do get it in time. Now the Ling's going to come in for the wraparound SCVs. Getting blown up by the Banelings there. That was a good Baneling connection because it hit a lot of what was needed to try and break through. Yakov's going to start droning though, and that's not a good sign. You're trying to drone out of this. You're 2 base Zerg against 3 base Terran. This is not a good sign in the slightest. Viking lifts up, so that's not going to be anything that results in anything right now. We're going to take the Hellion getting caught, to be fair, is nice. The other Hellions are just elsewhere at the moment, so a little bit caught up and not in position to help. Yeah, we try and drone out of this as Yakov and GuMiho should just go across the map to the Banshee. He can start applying pressure straight away here. Yakov will go there. No third hatchery still. I mean, I guess it would have to go in here or in the in-base. So we're just going to start going into lair and trying to make our way forward from this point. But yeah, this is looking pretty treacherous at the moment. Viking pulling up to the top. There's the Banshee. Banshee's just going to stay kind of back at home. He's even afraid of sending this Banshee on the map, right? Like, he's even a little bit afraid that actually, if this goes across the map, it's going to be bad for him. Which, honestly, it could be. You know? It's not a terrible assumption, to be fair. It's not a terrible assumption. Viking is on 10 kills. It's so rare you see a 10-kill Viking, but today is one of those days. Again, 1-1 in the stim pack, all coming through still, so bringing that up. Barracks on the way, drone spores, Queen building up as well. We have our stim pack building through, the extra barracks coming online. CP's producing through 3 at a time as well. Just going to drop a depot down into place. Just going to be seeing the Spire still building, the drones and the Overlord coming up as well, bringing all of that through. Marines just nibbling at that set of rocks over there as well. It's just going to pick through that. Third hatchery now starting. I mean, I like the Spire. GuMiho's going to play Bio. To be fair, when you have an opening like this, going with Bio can be a quick way to actually take advantage of it. So that could be kind of big. Spire coming through. 1 more upgrades in the stim pack coming online. And that's straight into play just for the moment. Spire coming through, the Viking moving over, the single Zergling coming in underneath, and just going to be seeing a couple of Hellions and a few Marines already going to get onto those rocks there. some of those rocks off for a couple of moments is do some damage or get some work done. And 1-1, combat shield all coming through. The Banshee going to gather in these other queens as well. And that Viking's still just chilling out overhead for a little bit longer at this current point in time. Going to take a couple seconds. Just going to be seeing the Marines, the combat shield coming up as well. So just bringing that through. Mutas on the map will start to look for some damage then, so they will try and find their way over these next couple of moments. So they will see what they can find. Getting some pressure in for the moment, getting this set up. Just going to see the Mutas coming by for a little bit. Let's turn around once again. Just going to get straight back out of there. The Mutas doing pretty okay for themselves. We lost nothing. We've killed a good amount, so we need to do some work though. The thing is, I'm still terrified of just a push from, from GuMiho. However, what the Mutas do is they do stop you from kind of just shoving across the map because the threat of the counterattack is very scary. So they kind of do stop that aspect of this. It's definitely an intriguing few moments as these Mutas continue to just flap about. Marine tank coming over and trying to see what is next. More Bane's coming up. I like the burrow too. Yakov clearly knows that he needs to play for time and play for just tricks and just ways to get back into this, and he's doing a lot of that right now. And like I say, I'm all about that. I can definitely get behind it as the Marine tank is going to begin to make a move out onto the map though. Some Marines over here already firing. Baneling speed just finished up. We do load and avoid most of those Banelings at least. He's diving in. Starport in some trouble. The medevacs in some trouble as well. Just going to be seeing the Mutas still putting working. Going to now turn onto the Marines. Up to the top. Marine tank going to spread out as well. Just going for as much as we can. The few Banes going to continue through. 9-10 drones going down already. And Yakov is going to get overwhelmed. GG is called, and GuMiho is going to take game 3. Bittersweet because, like I say, you can't advance out the group here as GuMiho, but you do take the map. And that guarantees him 3rd place, so it does get him some prize money on the day. GG's. So there's some prize money on the day for GuMiho, because he should be... So he went 1 and 2, so he's -1. He went 0 and 2, -3. -2. Oh no, no, he doesn't. He's 4th place still because Shameless has the head-to-head. Oh. He doesn't even get anything for winning this. Oh, that's brutal. Sometimes that's the way it goes though, guys. It's points on the Aligulak, if nothing else. That's what we're resorting to calling it now. Points on the Aligulak. Alrighty guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I got to get going for the evenings. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with OSC Championship action. Tomorrow you will be watching Bajumi versus Sebezdes, Nikaract versus GG Machine, Rebellion versus Mana, Lemon versus Trigger, Geralt versus Kua, and Creator versus Shin. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Seth, ads on the outro. Once we're done, we'll host someone up on Twitch. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and follow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Stormspeaker, thank you so much for the 40-month resub. I'm trying to run away here quickly, and you're subbing it up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.